Hope everybody's doing well.
Doing good. How are you?
Pretty good.
Good evening, friends.
It's a little
Just had a
cold.
glorious night in Durham. Here we are.
Hello, everybody.
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
Good evening.
Today was definitely a Monday.
I had a whole case of them.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Trying to see if I'm in the middle of the thing.
Thundercats, what's up?
Right.
Oh, the wired headset. We've got 2 of those now. This is awesome.
I was told I was getting like echo when I speak in the office. So
Looks like you're getting ready to broadcast a
gamer, right?
Spurs game. Yeah.
or play Call of Duty.
Sorry to interrupt, but 1 minute till meeting start and 30 seconds till intro sequence starts.
I would like to note that in the last 4 years, there's lots more of us with glasses on than there used to be.
Light or blue light. I won't admit to anything else but blue light.
I gotta have them.
Title intro sequence is beginning.
Mine are close by.
Recording in progress.
Begin meeting. We are on air.
Good evening, everybody. Happy Monday. Happy Monday to all of the Bull City. We would now like to call the Durham City Council meeting to order for this Monday, February 7, 2022 at 7 p.m. We certainly want to welcome you all here remotely. We're all remote tonight, and I hope you all have had a great Monday. Let us all join together for a moment of silence.
Madam Mayor, I would like to dedicate this moment of silence to the 900,000 Americans who've now lost their lives to COVID. We passed that incredibly sad milestone this weekend, and I would personally like to dedicate it to a Durham resident who many of us met and knew. She was part of the U Visa group here in Durham who passed at the end of January. Erika Rojas was her name. She came to plea for U Visa changes many times.
We pause in remembrance. Thank you all. Now I'd like to recognize Councilwoman Deidreana Freeman to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. And as I've been noting, I have a small flag as a remembrance of memento. And as I pledge virtually, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mayor O'Neill,
I am here.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton,
I am here.
Councilmember Caballero,
Here.
Councilmember Freeman,
Present.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Reese,
Here.
Councilmember Williams.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. At this time, I'd like to recognize any of our city council members for announcements or comments. All right. Councilwoman Caballero.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good to see everyone. It's been a minute. We had a little bit of a longer break than usual. In my comments, when I asked for a moment of silence about an hour ago, I was alerted to the fact that resident Erica Rojas passed at the end of January. And it was a good reminder for me what the actual cost of this virus is costing our community. And while we see a lot of pleas and we know lots of small businesses are hurting, I do want to remind us that we have a long way to go to heal, that this will have a long-term tremendous effect on our community in Durham, nationally, internationally, and I think especially for our children who have had a childhood that is quite different than I think than many of us on this Zoom. And so while I absolutely know we must move forward, I don't want to do it in a callous manner. I do not want to do it without constantly reflecting what it is costing us. And so as we move forward towards budget season and our ARPA funding, that we consider very deeply what is happening in Durham when we know that there's a massive eviction crisis happening right now. We know that our rental assistance money, our fund that had almost $6 million is pretty much already out of cash, and it only took them 25 days to have to close applications. So the cost of COVID, as it is in most ways in society, is not being felt equally. There are folks who are hurting in different ways, and there are folks who are not going to get out of this economically because of racism, classism, and all of the other issues that we were already facing as a nation and community before we entered the pandemic.
Thank you so much. Anyone else have any announcements this evening?
Mayor, I think that's a really good. I think Councilmember Caballero just really, made a valid point. I think because it's so real and so important with the point that she's making, that I'm actually taking pride in the steps that I'm taking. Whereas I actually invited a number of small business owners and employers, from the vice president of Google Cloud and Fidelity all the way down to the mom and pop shops right here in Durham, to convene as a body to deliberate on what does it look like to be safe and responsible in how we reopen our city. And I think that we have to be able to be sensitive to the reality that COVID has caused on us. But I also think that we have to be realistic in regards of what's happening within the city and around us as well. When history is written, I am pretty sure Durham will be reflected on positively. But that's only part of the story. We have to, keep up with how this is evolving as well. And that's what we're trying to do. At least that's what I'm trying to do. And I want to do it safe and responsibly. I've lost so many friends to COVID, mentors, family members, and I wish there was more that I could do. But I'm also trying my best to have foresight. So I saw what I had to say. I've invited this convening body to provide some recommended guidelines as folks that are on the ground, practitioners, to provide some guidance as we come to the next point of deliberating how we, address COVID. We cannot remain stagnant. We do have to evolve, especially because others around us are. And we have to evolve with the science as well. And the metrics that we're determining how we have our social and communal behavior, we have to evolve with that as well. So, whether it's vaccinated people who are being hospitalized or, folks that are immunocompromised and how COVID is, the Omicron and other variants are affecting them. We have to remain closely watching this virus, but we do have to we have to listen to the whole community. And that's what I'm, hoping I could do. And I hope that, we'll be able to come up with some suggestions to bring back to us as a body. But I think that, in this case, we're going to have a both and. It's really important. Thank you.
Anyone else have any announcements? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good evening to you, and good evening, colleagues and friends and all watching. Madam Mayor, first off, welcome home. It's good to have you back in the chair, and with the gavel, congratulations on your first official trip as mayor to the U.S. Conference of Mayors. I hope you had a great time. And from the media coverage, it looks like you and your colleagues covered some very substantive stuff and had some really important conversations, not only for our cities in this country, but for the country as a whole. So welcome back. It's good to have you back. It's Black History Month, and I just want to say a word of celebration to all those, not just Black folk, but all friends and allies who celebrate the accomplishments of Black Americans, African Americans, Africans in the diaspora throughout the world. Has become a custom for me. I'd like to just, for the purpose of the record tonight, have the record reflect a part of the poem "Lift Every Voice and Sing," written by James Weldon Johnson, that was adopted as the Negro National Anthem. It was originally written actually as a birthday celebration for Abraham Lincoln, some school children in about 1899. And then, of course, the brother of James Weldon, Rosamond Johnson, put music to it. The second verse chronicles struggle. It goes this way: stony the road we trod, bitter the chastening rod, felt in the days when hope unborn had died. Yet with a steady beat, have not our weary feet come to the place for which our fathers sighed. We have come over a way that with tears has been watered. We have come treading our path through the blood of the slaughtered, out from the gloomy past, till now we stand at last, where the white gleam of our bright star is cast. And may we keep pressing forward till victory is won. Happy Black History Month, everyone. I do also want to say, Madam Mayor and colleagues, our hearts were broken as once again, our attention was drawn to Minneapolis and the terrible tragedy of Amir Locke being killed by police entering under the banner of a no-knock warrant. I know that laws differ from state to state, and we are I don't want to say fortunate. We have been trending, I think, properly in Durham, generally speaking. But I would, at some point, from either staff, the appropriate staff, or advisory type folk, just give us a little update, because I know this is on the mind of a lot of people. We've gotten emails and calls and texts from residents and citizens of the city. Just what is our posture here in Durham? And I know under the aegis of our state, of course, legislature, but what is our policy here in Durham with our police department when it comes to no-knock warrants? And this doesn't have to be in the immediate future, but I would like to put that on the staff's radar, that it would be nice to get some kind of briefing, even if it has to be in closed session. I don't think it would have to be in closed session, but some kind of briefing as to what our policy is and what our standing is in terms of no-knock warrants. And finally, we know that once again, we have suffered with gunfire in our city. I particularly want to just stand in solidarity with residents of Bentwood apartments this evening. I work very close. It's in my neighborhood where I work, Bentwood. Former and current members of my church live in Bentwood. And I want to acknowledge I won't call their names tonight, but the residents who have sent letters and made calls and emails regarding their concern about gun violence in our city, and their children. Once again, a young person, being a young person, lying in their bed in their home, was struck. This goes to the heart of everything that our city stands for, and all of the trending that goes on in our city. And I echo what the mayor says about the two Durhams and the necessity of us closing the gap between those two narratives and making us one Durham. So we redouble our efforts and we stay focused and committed tonight to making sure that all of our children are safe, all of our families are prosperous, all of our cities, all of our families can participate in the prosperity and safety that is Durham. That's all I want to say. Again, happy Black History Month. God bless Durham. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any other announcements for tonight? All right, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Mayor O'Neill. Good evening, colleagues. It's great to see you again. As Councilmember Caballero said, it's been a minute, so good to see y'all. I wanted to raise the issue of Durham's current metrics, case count, positivity rate, and just to put in the minds of all of us that in not terribly long, if current trends continue, Durham will be approaching that 5% positivity rate that our public health director talked to us about a month ago in terms of how we think about coming back together in person for our council meetings. Obviously, it's a very sensitive issue. Every time we have a meeting that's open to the public, we are inviting the public, our neighbors and our friends to come join us to partake in the city's business. But we have to make sure that it's safe for that to happen. At the same time, as the mayor pro tem want to remind us, there are people working in City Hall right now as we speak, in person. That happens every day. And lots of folks in Durham are working in person, all of which is to say Durham's positivity rate has come down quite a bit over the last 2 weeks. I think most recently I saw it at about 15% or thereabouts, down from somewhere in the 30s, which was pretty scary. Just goes to show you what a roller coaster we have been on with the Omicron wave over the last 30 days. I think currently our 7-day average of daily cases is right around 300, which is what it was about 32 days ago at the end of December. And since then, in between, we had a huge peak about 2 weeks ago of about 1,200 cases a day, which was just extraordinary and horrible. But we are here now, and I just wanted to put this on the radar of you, my colleagues, and especially our staff, as we approach that lower positivity rate. We're going to need to have some conversations about when we, the 7 of us, get back into our council chambers to start doing the people's business. I just wanted to make sure that folks are aware of that. And again, just to say, hi, missed y'all. Thanks.
Anyone else have any announcements? All right, just very quickly from me, I'm glad to be back. I enjoyed being in Washington, D.C., seeing and learning a lot. I spent most days in meetings all day and evenings just mingling and learning from different mayors. So it was your tax dollars were well spent. I learned a lot and brought a lot of things back. And so I thank you for the opportunity to go and to learn more about this new position. I think I've finally crossed the 60-day mark. So it's been a ride. It's been a ride. And I also want to echo all of the concerns about COVID. We've been in constant communications with Mr. Jenkins on last week. We met with the small business community. We have another business a meeting this week with the Public Health Director, along with Brenda Howerton and a number of folks. But this is a serious time. We are still in the middle of a pandemic, and we are understanding and trying to get through the tensions that have arisen in this very unique situation in our city and our nation. But nevertheless, we're committed to moving forth in a safe manner, and we will continue to have conversations and keep you posted as we learn the information and share it with you all. And hopefully we'll be able to get together soon, but we want to make sure that everybody can do that safely. Along with that, you know, the violence continues. However, we did have a break. We were in a meeting last week, and I think the city council, city manager Page reminded us that we hadn't had a text since January 2nd. And that very afternoon, we got a text. And then the next day, I've been working diligently along with others out in the community at a very grassroots level. And so we're hoping to continue what we hope this time will be an even longer trend. But it is all very much tied to economics, lack of housing, all of those things that we know we are facing here in Durham, and not only in Durham, across the nation. That was the most shocking thing that I think that I learned, that is that everybody is seeing an uptick in violent crime and a loss of affordable housing. So we have to grapple with it here in Durham. We're not gonna say just because everybody's doing it, we can't do it. and get through it, we will do that. And so we're committed to getting out here and doing what we can. And we're going to ask our neighbors, you know, it's very important that our neighbors learn who you are and be able to intervene and help in these situations. So happy Black History Month. And I do believe now we have 2 proclamations, and I am going to call forth the first from City Councilwoman Deidreana Freeman with Bonitta Best Day proclamation, which will then be followed by City Councilwoman Jillian Johnson, who will read a proclamation honoring André Leon Talley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, colleagues, for your announcements. You always cover the areas that need to be discussed. Just starting the proclamation. Whereas Bonitta Best, managing editor of the Triangle Tribune, is the community's treasure. And whereas during the time when mainstream media has struggled, she has led tireless coverage of Durham's Black community. And whereas the Triangle Tribune is informing the community with relevant news, and whereas, led by Bonitta Best, the newspaper uplifts the community with positive portrayals of Black people. And whereas the Triangle Tribune is providing the greatest community an outlet to learn about the Black community, especially during Black History Month. And whereas, with Bonitta Best at the helm, the Triangle Tribune continues to be the jet and ebony magazine of Durham. Now, therefore, I, Elaine M. O'Neill, Mayor of the City of Durham, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim March 1st, 2022 as Bonitta Best Day in Durham, and hereby urge all residents to take special note of this observance. Witness my hand, this, the 7th day of February, 2022.
Thank you so much. Well, congratulations.
And I believe Ms. Best is here.
Is Ms. Best here?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
All right, please have a few words.
I'd just like to say thank you to the anonymous person that nominated me, and keep reading the Tribune.
Thank you for all your hard work. Congratulations, well deserved.
Thank you.
Well deserved. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's my honor to read this proclamation in honor of André Leon Talley, who's a queer community icon. We were lucky to have him be a son of Durham and spend some of his formative years here. Whereas André Leon Talley was born on October 16th, 1948, and transitioned on January 18, 2022 at the age of 73. And whereas he grew up in Durham, where he was raised by his grandmother and attended Hillside High School before going on to North Carolina Central University and majoring in French studies. He continued his education by earning a master's degree from Brown University. And whereas following positions with Interview Magazine and Women's Wear Daily, Talley was hired in 1983 as Vogue Magazine's news director, its first male African-American creative director. He also served as editor-at-large, where he continued to build his reputation as a fashion icon, influencer, stylist, and trailblazer in the fashion industry. And whereas he was frequently the only person of color seen on the front rows of cutting-edge fashion shows in Paris and New York, and he is credited with paving the way for emerging artists and designers of color to find careers in modeling, design, fashion, journalism, and other related careers. And whereas André Leon Talley was an internationally acclaimed artist whose accomplishments were widely celebrated in Durham. He received the inaugural Durham Arts Council Luminary Award for Achievement and Distinction in the Arts in 2004, and was presented a Key to the City on February 15, 2019 by former Mayor Steve Schul. And whereas the City of Durham and the Durham Cultural Advisory Board paused to honor this author, public speaker, television personality, and citizen of the world who freely shared his knowledge, creativity, sense of humor, quick wit, deep faith, and enduring love for others. Now, therefore, I, Elaine M. O'Neill, Mayor of the City of Durham, do hereby honor the life and legacy of André Leon Talley, an amazing man who shared his Southern grace, manners, and charm around the globe, never forgetting his roots. I urge all residents to join in remembering how he fought tirelessly to diversify the fashion industry throughout his magnificent career. Witness my hand, this the 7th day of February, 2022.
Raise their hand. What a life. What a life. Woo, just extraordinary. Just extraordinary. Is there anyone that would like to speak on this proclamation or to receive it?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Thompson, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and City Council members. The family of André Leon Talley would like to thank the Durham City Council for the resolution honoring the life and legacy of our beloved cousin. André's guiding principle of never forgetting your dreams and doing your homework took him from humble beginnings in Durham at 1007 Cornell Street in the West End to the runways of Paris and New York. Ray, the name that his grandmother, Benny Davis, affectionately called him, will be truly missed by our family. We remember him as a kind, compassionate, and generous spirit. André, as well as the rest of us, were raised rooted in love, family, and faith. Once again, we thank you for this recognition of André Leon Talley. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to you and your family. A life well lived, a Durhamite well loved. We thank you for sharing him with us.
You're welcome.
We now turn to our first order of business, which is our priority items. And I now recognize our most able city manager for any priority items she has.
Michael. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and members of the Durham City Council. I do have one priority item for you this evening. It is agenda item number 2. It's an interlocal agreement with Durham County to support the county's Community Intervention and Support Services Department. Pursuant to council's request, attachment number 3 was added to provide information on the 2 nonprofit organizations that the city manager and the interim county manager have agreed to fund. That is the only item I have for you this evening.
Thank you. And were you all able to hear her clearly? Just want to make sure. Okay, great. All right. I'll now recognize our city attorney for any priority items that she may have.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and members of the City Council. It's good to see you all this evening. The City Attorney's Office has no priority items tonight.
Thank you, Attorney Rayburn. Good to see you too. And I'll recognize our City Clerk, Diana Schreiber, for any priority items at this time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, everyone. The City Clerk's Office has no priority items this evening.
Thank you so much. Thank you, my teacher. Now, we will now move to our next order of business, which is a consent agenda. And the consent agenda consists of items that the council has previously considered in a work session. All items on the consent agenda may be approved by a single vote of the council. Items may be removed from the consent agenda by a council member or a member of the public. And those items will be considered separately at the end of the meeting tonight. I am going to read to you the items on the consent agenda. Item number 1, the approval of city council minutes. Item number 2 is an interlocal agreement, ILA, with Durham County to support the county's Community Intervention and Support Services Department. Item number 4, contract with Community Home Trust, Inc. to serve as a down payment assistant program administrator. Item number 5, state contract purchase 2 tandem axle dump trucks. Item number 6, the mandatory weekly COVID-19 testing contract amendment. Item number 7, Welcoming America Grant Fund to foster belonging. Item number 8, 2021 Connect and Protect Law Enforcement Behavioral Health Responses Program Grant Project Ordinance. And I believe those are all the items with the exception of item number 3, which was pulled. If that is correct, Madam City Manager, is that what you have? All right, Madam Clerk, if you will please open the vote.
I'd like to make a motion, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We do have to have a motion. Thank you. All right, it has been moved by Councilwoman Freeman and seconded by Councilman Reese. And now, Madam Clerk, please open the vote.
Mayor O'Neill,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Reese,
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Aye.
I'm gonna have to get back in this rhythm, please. And now the vote is closed, please. Thank you, Madam Clerk. The ayes have it, and the consent agenda is approved unanimously. Thank you all. Now we have to go to item number 3, our general business agenda. And that item is, let's see, 2022 United Way of the Greater Triangle Grant Budget Ordinance. And I believe we may have staff here for that report.
And someone has pulled.
And I believe it has also been pulled we have one person, I think, Ideal Ortiz. And we'll hear from our staff. Ms. Khalil, good to see you again.
Good evening.
Good
Are we
evening.
going to the comments first? The public comment?
If you like, we can. If you like that order. I'm still getting my sea legs here. So I believe we have one person from our public, Ms. Ortiz.
Yes, good evening, members of council. I'll be brief. I've already submitted my comments in writing. The members of the Protecting Our Dignity and Education Coalition would like to respond to comments made at the January 20th work session. We want to make clear that none of us have agreed to dilute or destroy public education for the sake of any funder. We have engaged several school board members during our process and seek to be a support in our respective roles to the collective vision of ensuring our Black and Brown students achieve their best. The vision of POD, as it states on our website, is that we are protectors of the joy and dreams of Black and Brown youth, working toward a world where their full personhood, dignity, safety, and culture is celebrated by their schools and communities, where all children are welcomed and valued to their fullest potential, and where spaces are co-created to heal past harms, prevent future harm, and manifest dreams. It is of serious concern that any member of our council would worry that a coalition member would abandon their commitment to racial equity and pursue the privatization of public education for $15,000. We cannot be bought. Because we live in a white supremacist society, I understand it is common practice, even without intending to condescend on the acuity of Black and Brown people, even when the people in question clearly have experience, to make the best decision they can in an imperfect world. It was a disappointment, really, to assume that all of POD's coalition members were unaware or unconcerned about the complexities that come with just about any funder. Rather than assuming we are naive pawns for the taking by any bidder, one concerned about this agenda item could have just asked what we had done to protect our important values. I'd like to share some facts with the council regarding those concerns. Our coalition members do have an extensive work and experience in nonprofit management, and many of us have managed complex issues with various funders in the history of our organizations. Members of our organizations are also public school educators, parents, and graduates of public schools. We lead families feeling the impacts of COVID-19 as they strive to deal with achievement gaps, and we are committed to finding ways to bridge that for our children. POD members were open to this funder because of what was learned in the We Are the Ones initial mini grant process, funded through private dollars. We had an outpouring of applications from those who wanted to support Black and Brown youth in our community. Those youth-focused mini grant applications, along with a variety of Durham-based research, was what was used to create our 5 focus areas. This was not in any way given to us by the Walton Family Foundation. Our decision to accept this funding was done with much caution after speaking with several colleagues, so our hearts are clear. No education consultant or Walton Family Foundation staff runs any of our meetings. They don't dictate our agendas, focus areas, process, or membership. Had Walton placed any requests on us that we felt was outside of our values, we would have been the first to decline the funding. POD members selected United Way as the local vessel through which to complete these transactions for funding because we know the integrity of the staff there. As you may know, Nick Allen is the Chief Program Officer, who is our main contact at United Way. He was the former District 1 NIS liaison, lives in my neighborhood, and also works on developing funding for improved education of youth in the Triangle. No part of our work has identified a desire to privatize schools, and we have not made any promise to further that agenda explicitly or tacitly. At this juncture, we don't want anyone in the community to take our word for this. Tomorrow, we'll be launching our community dialogues to build out the strategies and actions that the community wants to pursue under each of our 5 focus areas. Sign up to attend one of those sessions from February 8th through the 10th. You can find a way to sign up and to learn more about us at protectingourdignity.org. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ortiz. I'll follow it with our staff.
Yes, good evening, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, City Council members, staff, community. I'm happy to answer any other questions on this item. I know there was some conversation at the last work session, so I'm here to take any questions or clarify any concerns.
Thank you so much. Are there any comments or questions from my colleagues? I see Councilwoman Freeman, followed by Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, followed by Councilwoman Johnson. Did I miss anyone? And we will take it in that order.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to take a moment and thank Ms. Khalil and her team of youth for pressing forward with this and bringing it to council as a grant opportunity. I really appreciate the explanation, and I appreciate the opportunity to hear even further more than we did at work session, exactly what it is that's happening with our youth in the community and the coalition that's working towards this plan to protect their dignity. I just want to offer that if there's any way, shape, or form that I can be supportive, please let me know. And I also wanted to thank Ms. Ideal Ortiz for being a very active youth advocate for over a decade. I won't go any further than that, but I want to thank her for speaking up on behalf of our youth and being supportive. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Laura. It's good to see you. Good evening. Madam Mayor, just to clarify a little bit, I was actually holding the gavel when this issue came up. You were out of town at the work session when it was pulled. Ultimately, this is going to be decided by a vote. I mean, I think that if a person, any member has an issue with a funding source, that doesn't butt up against legal obligations or anything like that, you should certainly vote your conscience. I will say that I think the litmus test of seriously scrubbing funding sources, I mean, if we're going to look at Walton, we're going to have some serious conversations about Bloomberg, whom we've taken a lot of money from, whose menu of interest spans a whole lot of things that would generate some conversation. So I'm prepared to vote and support this budget ordinance in the amount of $15,000. I am more than comfortable with the folk who would be stewards of this money, with the luminaries and community leaders that have long distinguished track records in our city of defending our values and really representing the best of Durham when we've struggled with conversations about who we are as a city. So with that said, I'm fully comfortable with voting for this ordinance in the affirmative. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilwoman Johnson, followed by Councilman Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Laura, for being with us tonight. Was wondering if you could tell us the list of the other coalition partners.
Sure. Thank you for that question, Councilmember Johnson. The coalition partners who are participating on the planning team for Protecting Our Dignity are Charles Hamilton Houston Foundation, Communities in Partnership, Durham Beyond Policing, Earthseed Land Collective, Foro de Padres, Spirit House, Village of Wisdom, We Are, which is working to extend anti-racist education, our office, Boost, which is a program of Duke, EPIC, which is Empowered Parents and Community, and Student U.
Awesome, thank you. Do any of these groups that you know of have any ongoing campaigns around education? Just if you know.
I don't know the answer to that.
Thanks. Do you have a sense, and I mean, you might not and totally understand that, of what the Walton Foundation's interest is in this area, or their interest in Durham in particular?
Yeah, I believe that I don't know their interests particularly. I do know that We Are the Ones had just finished their mini grant review process. It was illuminating a lot of high interest in supporting welfare of young people. We've had the Youth Listening Project. We've had Dreams Assessment put out through VOW. I think We Are the Ones was already sort of mobilizing around this work that is coming forth in the Protecting Our Dignity in Education. And there was a funding opportunity from Walton, and it aligned with what was already happening in Durham. And so, I'm not familiar with the specifics of how that arrangement was made, but I know that this work was already happening and that Walton had funds. And so it was sort of a serendipitous opportunity.
Thanks. Do you have any thoughts in general on evaluation of funders for work? Like when you're offered a grant, how do you evaluate whether or not to accept it? And is there anything about this grant that you are concerned about?
How do I evaluate? Well, of course, looking at what's required from the funder, what strings are attached. This is general operating support money. It's not attached to any agenda for Walton. I'm aware of some of the past problematic activities of this funder. I don't believe that our receiving these funds will create those feared outcomes in our community. Walton is not at any tables. They don't dictate any agendas. They don't dictate our process or our membership. And so the funding is a no strings attached arrangement. So that really allows us to do the work the way, with the integrity and the commitments that we set forth, without compromising any values of the collective.
Thank you. That's helpful. I have concerns. I think that Councilmember Caballero was pretty clear in what those concerns are. I feel all right about moving forward with this grant and trusting y'all and trusting the organization to do good work with the money. As a funder, I manage a $4 million budget for a national organization here in North Carolina. And when I give grants to particular organizations, it's because they're doing work that serves the organization, that serves the mission of the organization that I am working for. And I only give grants to organizations that I believe are doing the kind of work that I want to see move forward. And I feel like that's where some of my concerns are, is why is this extremely problematic funder interested in funding this work in Durham? And as a funder, I feel like I have some insight into why philanthropic organizations or or individuals might fund something or another. And so it worries me. I'm not worried about the organizations. I'm not worried about the people. I'm not worried about your office. I'm worried about what these extremely rich and powerful people think that they are buying with this money. But I'm going to trust that the organizations that are receiving this money are going to do the work that they've set out to do, regardless of the funder, and that the funder, and that, as you're saying, this money is coming with no strings attached, and that there's not anything in particular that folks are being asked to do as a result, other than the work that they are already committing to. But I find it very difficult to believe that the Walton Foundation actually cares about the welfare of Black and Brown children in Durham based on the work that they've done in the past. And I know that funders don't fund they don't fund work that does not also serve their interests. So I'm just going to trust that folks in Durham are going to serve our community's interests, and hope that the work that we do, even if the money is not coming from the best place, that people will be able to put it to good use. Thank you.
Councilman Williams, followed by Councilwoman Caballero.
I'll go ahead and yield to Councilmember Caballero.
Thank you. Good evening. So for a little bit of context, I am the council member who pulled this at the work session. Good to see you, Laura. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate, I had a conversation with Ideal Ortiz, I think last week. As I shared at that work session, I am a former education consultant. I know this work intimately well because I was often on projects funded by folks like Gates when they were in the ed world and other ed reform groups. I appreciate Councilmember Johnson's comments. I do plan on supporting this measure today, partly because of some of the groups who are associated in the roundtable and their work in these spaces. But I do want to highlight that, and Mayor Pro Tem Middleton said it, our health policy, and I actually said this to Ms. Ortiz, our health policy is Aetna, which is tied to CVS, who is one of the largest blocks to Medicare for all in this country, something that I deeply, deeply believe in. And I completely understand how the capitalist system works and how philanthropic organizations fund things in this country. I also know that in the past, when there have been issues, I think there was a vote probably 2 or 3 years ago where there was a security company that maybe had ties to ICE, to Immigration and Customs Enforcement. And I remember going down a pretty deep rabbit hole that week, trying to figure out where was it coming from, who was it attached to. It ended up being okay, but that's my job. I have a very high ethics for myself. It is why I swore an oath. I plan to uphold that oath, and I will consistently follow the money, especially when I think it may cause detriment in our community. I do plan on voting for this measure, but that doesn't mean I don't have concerns, and that doesn't mean that I won't be watching what else Walton potentially has, in store for our community in the future.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think actually Councilmember Caballero is right on the spot with that, and I'm with her. I'm going to support it. I think that's why we were elected. We were elected to be these gatekeepers, to make sure that, through the power of policy and decision making and votes, that we protect and make sure our communities aren't harmed. But I think, in regards of Councilmember Johnson, doing a serious scrub of all of these funders, we're going to find some pretty bad things in many of them. So I trust the people on the ground. And, I'll say to Mrs. Ortiz, as well as Ms. Khalil, if the money has no strings attached and we get to fully, if our folks here on the ground have full autonomy to do what they want to do or need to do with this funding, then can we get more? Can we get more? 15,000 is nothing, and I look at the fact that in our schools, And this is not just public schools, this is schools across the board. When I look at Black males, and I look at the fact that when it comes to discipline issues, they're at the top of the totem pole. But when it comes to academic issues, due to systemic cause, they're at the bottom of the totem pole. You know, when I look at how our communities and our distressed communities reflect that academic structure in our schools, and they mirror one another. Anytime we have an opportunity to have caretakers on the ground, nourishing the souls of our kids with supportive funding with no strings attached, then I mean, I'm glad to get the 15,000, but we need so much more. And when those strings start to try and attach, that's where we come into play. And we say, absolutely not. So I just want to be honest with ourselves. And I want to state the reality that we have here. We have some serious issues in Durham. And we have the creme de la creme, some of the best organizations. Actually, I don't believe Durham Beyond Policing is a part of this one. I think it's a part of the We Are the Ones, but not the Protecting Our Dignity. But neither here nor there, they're all doing great work. These are some of the best organizations that any municipality have to offer. And for them to come together, this is how we build a better community from the ground up. So when strings are not attached, bring the money. When strings start to attach, that's, for me at least personally, why I was elected, to catch that, to make sure that we don't allow anyone to invoke harm into our city. Because the points that Councilmember Johnson and Councilmember Caballero raised about the Walton Foundation are quite factual. And they align with some of the funds that come from the Bloomberg philanthropies and even the Trumps, but sometimes this money is given strategically, sometimes it's given because it's given, but these are very, very, very wealthy organizations. And 15,000, I don't even know if they noticed it, but I'm not, interested in scrubbing every single funding source throughout, the city. But I would say, if you find that there are strings attached, let us know. And to our community members, if you find that strings are attached, I already know what you're going to do. So I respect and I appreciate the points raised this evening about the organizations, but for me, it's about the problems that we're facing on the ground, and it's about the caretakers that are going to help nourish and facilitate what's needed. And I can say unequivocally, we don't have enough. We need a lot more. So thank you.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Williams mentioned Trump, and I just wanted to make sure people know we're not taking money from Trump. I'm sure they know that.
No, not at all.
Okay, because I mean, there is a line.
Yeah.
Thanks.
This is Durham, folks.
Councilwoman Freeman.
Thank you. I was thinking that Councilmember Johnson was going to make the clarification to just be clear. The money is actually administered through United Way. And so the money actually went to United Way of the Greater Triangle. And this is the 15,000 of the 150,000 that was made available for this pod coalition. And so I think it's a wonderful opportunity for our youth to actually lead. And I want to be supportive. And so when you're ready for a motion, please let me know.
I am now ready to entertain a motion to approve agenda item number 3, unless someone has further comments.
So move.
Yep, so move.
Second.
All righty. I think it has been moved by both Councilwoman Freeman and Councilman Williams, and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Middleton. And we are now ready for Madam Clerk to call the roll for the vote.
Mayor O'Neill.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
I vote aye.
Councilmember Caballero.
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman.
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Reese,
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Aye.
Thank you.
I believe that vote is now closed, please, Madam Clerk. And thank you. The ayes have it. And the motion passes unanimously. We'll now turn to our general business agenda public hearings. I believe that we have 3 public hearings tonight, and we have several speakers lined up to speak on these items. The first will be item number 11, which is the Consolidated Annexation, NC 55 and Hopson. And I do believe that we have several proponents, and we have 1 opponent. And Mr. Biker, Mr. Patrick Biker, Attorney Patrick Biker, Mr. Andrew Smith, Mr. Kelsey Westwood, Mr. Neil Ghosh, and Ms. Brenda Berry are the speakers. Ms. Berry is an opponent, and the other listed names are proponents of the agenda item. I'd like to be able to make sure that we have equal time. So I would ask that, Mr. Biker, if you have just one person who's going to speak or many, if you will let me know that after Mr. Stock, who is our staff person, who will give us a report on this item. Thank you. Good to see you, Mr. Stock.
Good seeing you. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Before I begin, staff would like to note that all required notifications for the planning department public hearing items have been performed and are on file for review. As you may recall, this consolidated annexation and rezoning request was continued from your January 3rd council meeting in order for the applicant to revise their application regarding 4 parcels they requested to be rezoned to the industrial light or IL district. Those parcels are currently zoned RR and CN, rural residential and commercial neighborhood. And the applicant is now proposing IL with a text-only development plan, or ILD, which will prohibit the list of uses found on the last page of the zoning map change application in your packet. The 6 other parcels also being considered for annexation are currently zoned IL and have been requested to remain IL zoning if the city does annex the property and establish its zoning jurisdiction on the property. Therefore, there are 5, count them 5, actions for your consideration with this item. First is the consideration of the approval of the annexation request and authorizing the city manager to enter into utility extension agreement. The second is to adopt an ordinance taking 6 parcels out of the IL county jurisdiction, establishing IL city jurisdiction. The third is an ordinance taking 1 parcel out of the RR and CN county zoning jurisdiction and establishing ILD with city jurisdiction. The fourth is another ordinance taking 3 parcels out of RR zoning county jurisdiction and establishing ILD with city jurisdiction. And then finally, adopting an appropriate consistency statement. Staff and the applicant are available to answer questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stock. You've heard the report from staff, and I'm now going to declare this public hearing open. First, are there any questions for staff from members of the council? Hearing none, we will now move to our speakers tonight. Attorney Baker, if you're here, if you would let me know whether you will be the primary spokesperson or how many people will be speaking on this matter, so that I may give Ms. Berry the opportunity to have the same amount of time.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me all right? Patrick Biker speaking.
Yes.
Wonderful. We need 3 to 4 minutes. The only speakers will be myself and Andy Smith from Scannell, and I think we need less than 4 minutes this evening.
All right. I also thought I saw another hand raised. Ms. Berry, just want to make sure you're here. Ms. Brenda Berry. Hi, Ms. Berry. You will have the same amount of time, 4 minutes.
Okay, that's fine. Are you ready for me?
No, it will be Attorney Biker would go first, and then you will be next.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. Attorney Biker?
Yes, good evening, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and members of the City Council. My name is Patrick Biker. I live at 2614 Stewart Drive. I'm an attorney with Morningstar Law Group, and I'm here tonight representing Skinnell Properties. Also with us tonight are our site engineer, Kelsey Westwood with Kimley Horn here in Durham, as well as my colleague, Neil Ghosh and Andy Smith of Skinnell Properties. First of all, I want to thank the planning department staff for working with our team to limit the uses allowed on the approximately 100 acres we have asked to rezone from rural residential to industrial light. And I apologize and take responsibility for any misunderstanding that occurred last month. Second, we wish to update the City Council that the infrastructure site plan for this industrial park that we discussed back on January 3 is almost approved. While we recognize that the site plan is not a legally binding document, our team has spent many months and significant resources on this infrastructure site plan. We also recognize that a few residents of Audubon Park have raised concerns, and based on our site plan, we can state on the record that there will be well over 1,000 feet of forested area between the closest homes in Audubon Park and any buildings in Skinnell's proposed light industrial park. This greater than 1,000 foot buffer is significantly larger than what exists between, for example, neighborhoods along Alexander Drive or Alston Avenue and the industrial parks in those sections of Durham. My understanding is that those two industrial parks, Triangle Business Center and Regional Commerce Center, have buildings that operate on a 24-hour basis. In addition to what is the largest buffer in Durham that I'm aware of between light industrial and residential uses, our team has significantly reduced the permitted uses in the proposed IL zoning district for these 100 acres closest to Audubon Park. Accordingly, I will now turn it over to Andy Smith of Skinnell Properties to conclude our comments, and we respectfully ask for your support tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Good evening, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and members of the City Council. My name is Andy Smith. I live at 9211 Deveron Court, Fairfax Station, Virginia. I'm the development manager for Skinnell Properties, in charge of taking this raw land and bringing more jobs to Durham. I'd like to take this time tonight to let everyone know that Patrick and I are here to answer all questions and be as open as possible to any concerns that either City Council or any of our opponents have. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Berry? Ms. Brenda Berry,
yes,
allowed 4 minutes, and I believe Ms. Berry is speaking in opposition to this matter. You may proceed.
Well, thank you. Real quick, I've just gotten involved with this. I'm a Wake County resident. My property is approximately 200, or maybe a little over 200 or more off from the property in question back behind us, which is, we're residential back in here, Wake County and Chatham County. And so I talked to Danny before he retired, and he gave me all the information about this. And it doesn't sound too bad because he had given me the buffers and that kind of thing. But I guess my concern is it's butting up against the back of this property behind me that belongs to Jimmy McLeod and other neighbors. And so, you know, there's concerns about lights, sound. Hold on a minute, I have it written down here, I'm sorry. And the lights, the buffer, and those kind of things, and noise. And I realize that is noise comes under the municipalities, right? So I have a concern, we have a concern about all the lights and all that sort of thing. And Danny explained to me about some of those things and what y'all's requirements are. But I was looking at this piece of property. It's a pretty good chunk of property there. This is not the one on 55. It's the one that Hopson Road across 55 and go into the big chunk of property. And Hopson Road will come in and it'll go out on Green Level Road. Okay, Green Level Church Road. And so our community we're about 1.5 miles down this road, and it's going to put a burden on our road plus the sounds and the lights, all those things. And there's nowhere for the animals to go. Where do you think all them animals are going to come to? We got coyotes back there. We've got all kinds of animals. And so what they've done, because people building and developing, I'm not against development, please, but it would be nice if there could be some kind of park put in here. And I may not be making any sense. I've never done a Zoom before, so this is new to me. And so there's about a strip through there that maybe if a park could be put in there, because Durham doesn't have anything from the Wake County line down here to 55. I don't know of a park, and I've lived out here 50 years. So I just thought maybe if there was any way they could incorporate that maybe against our residents back here in Wake and Chatham, that maybe a park or trails or something could be put in there. And some of that land could be used for that. Now, I don't know what you folks have already got planned otherwise for parks and stuff. I hate to say that I'm against your development. It's just that I would like to think the developers would be willing to sit down at the table with us and talk about what they would be willing to help to do to make our neighborhood a little bit better. You've got a 1,000-foot buffer, I believe you said, for Audubon Park, right? Isn't that what was said? Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I know that when you do light industrial, it's an 80-foot buffer. And I believe there's a 20% of, like you'll plant trees, they would have to plant trees that would give us a 20% light. We could see the development, just 20% of it. And 80 feet is a pretty good buffer, but we need a little more room than 80 foot. If you're not going to put some kind of park or trail or something there for people to enjoy, then what about putting in a little bit more of a buffer in there for us? If y'all do agree on this development. Okay? Nobody has anything to say?
Thank you, Ms. Berry. I will see if Attorney Biker has a response.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Good evening again, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, members of council. Based on what we've been able to evaluate in regards to Ms. Berry's property, it appears that she's also approximately 1,000 feet away from where the nearest building would be in this industrial park that we're proposing on the former Triangle brick property. So I want to emphasize what we discussed briefly back in January, that the UDO standard is 1/2 foot candle of light at the property line. And that's the equivalent of about 1/3 of the amount of light underneath a typical Durham street light. If you stand under a street light, right, I wouldn't encourage it tonight because it's kind of wet. But if you stand underneath a typical Durham street light, that's about 1.7 foot candles. And so I appreciate Ms. Berry's comments, but I think the facts show that her property is very well buffered by what's the remaining parcels owned by Triangle Brick in Wake and Chatham counties, the UDO standard in regards to lighting, and the distance of her property from the nearest buildings pursuant to our site plan. Hope that answers everyone's questions. Thank you, Mayor, members of council.
Can you hear me? Can someone hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. When he says I'm 1,000 feet off, well, I know that Jimmy McLeod is behind me because he bought the property from my mother-in-law, and he has 3 acres across there. So if I'm 1,000 feet, because I'm at the front of the road, my daughter is next to Jimmy McLeod's property, which would be, I don't know, I'm sure he's looked at that. I don't know how far Jimmy would be off. If I'm 1,000 feet, then Jimmy's probably what? I guess he can hear me. How close is he going to be, Jimmy McLeod? And I believe Millie Grizzard.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Berry, for being here tonight. Is there anyone else? on the public side that would like to speak before I declare the hearing closed? I now declare the public hearing to be closed and this matter is back before the council. I believe we have 5 motions to consider. We'll take them one by one. And I am ready to entertain a motion for motion number 1.
Madam Mayor, I have a comment if you like. I think some council members may want to take the matter up a little bit, if that's all right.
Sure, thank you. No.
I'll yield to Councilmember Reese. Yeah.
Okay, and then followed by Mayor Pro Tem Middleton. I see those 2 hands. All right, go ahead,
Thank you,
Council.
Mayor Pro Tem. I appreciate you interceding on our behalf there. I had a question for staff. Mr. Biker made a statement about the width of the buffer on that one side of the property. And I'm wondering from the staff perspective, if that constitutes a binding commitment on the part of the applicant to maintain that, given that that statement was made in our meeting tonight. I don't know the answer to that. I'm just asking.
Our Councilmember Reese, are you talking about the 1,000-foot buffer from Audubon Park? That is what I'm talking about. That is not a commitment because they're only doing a text-only development plan, which limits the uses for it to focus on the uses itself.
So just to follow up, so our rules allow a developer to make that kind of statement without it being enforceable, is that right?
For this particular application, that could not be a commitment. If they did a full graphic development plan, then it could be, yes.
Right, thank you, Mr. Stock. That's all I had, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, followed by Councilwoman Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I thank Councilmember Reese. He actually anticipated one of my questions. Just for the record, I treat any utterance made by a developer in this context and within these proceedings as a representation, particularly if they plan on doing further business in the city of Durham beyond what's before us now. So just let that be an advisory to all folks seeking to do business in the city of Durham. But I do appreciate Councilmember Reese's very pointed question. I wanted to say that I thought we had a pretty substantive discussion around this particular item when last we were together. And by my recollection, it seemed to hinge on the commitment, the text development commitments within the text development, the restricted uses. That seemed to be the animating point last conversation while we carried this over to begin with, at least in my recollection. And I'm sure the record will either bear that out or refute it, but that's my recollection. And I think Mr. Stock stated very early, the statement I was looking for had those representations indeed been codified in at least as far as a text development commitment. And it seems like the developer did that, and it seemed like that's what the issue was the last time. But I'm of course willing to listen to the any comments or concerns that my colleagues may raise in this context. But with that said, I think that crosses the threshold for me based upon my recollection of the last meeting. I'm prepared to support this development. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Freeman. And I believe you are correct on that, Mayor Pro Tem, as I recall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, colleagues. I just wanted to ask staff just 2 questions specifically around how, I guess, if we're having conversations with Wake and Chatham County around these types of annexations that are occurring, especially when we're talking about 101 acres. And if there was any feedback from them, if we are having conversations.
I'm not aware of any feedback that we received from Chatham or Wake County.
But we are having conversations?
Well, none of this property is within either of those counties. This is all within Durham County.
But as you come up against the border, just acknowledging that I know that some of our regional conversations around water, make sure to exclaim that there is no barrier. So as we're talking about coyotes or, water or air or light or sound, all of those things have impact. And so I'm a little concerned if we're not having conversations with our county neighbors in the same way that we would within our county with our neighbors. And so I just want to, I mean, I don't want to hold it against this development as it's come forward, but I do want to figure out what it looks like if we're going to be annexing up against the county borders to other counties going forward. What it is or how it is that we're having these conversations so that we can address issues such as in this case, utilities extensions. And so we're extending utilities to this location. If we're annexing this location, we're extending utilities to location, and locations right near it would not have that extension available because it's on Durham's side. And so I just want to make sure we're doing our best job to coordinate and make sure that we're keeping cost in mind and being good neighbors to our Chatham and Wake County partners regionally.
We do, when we do have neighboring jurisdictions, we do send courtesy letters, as do they send to us, notifying that there are actions taking near or within a certain range of our boundaries. So that does take place.
And it would be great to see if there's a trend occurring, and noting that I feel like that there are a number of properties that are going to be requested annexations moving forward near the Chatham County line. And if there's a record of it, or if there's a meeting that I need to show up at, it would just be helpful to have more information, because I just see this as an onset of what we see in East Durham moving out to the edge of the county. Thank you.
Councilman Reese.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor. Appreciate a second bite at the apple. I wanted to ask staff, I'm a little bit confused in looking at a couple of the maps, attachment 2 versus attachments 3 and 4. I'm not exactly clear what's included in the annexation itself. And I guess my big question is on item 4. It shows an attachment 4, excuse me, the aerial overview shows an odd shaped parcel kind of on the left side of that photo, and then a tiny little parcel on the other side of 55, and then some land in between, sort of where Green Level Church Road cuts off the corner, and then there's I guess that's the former clay pit from the brick company there. Is there more to what we're considering tonight than what's outlined in red on the aerial photo?
Those are good questions. And this is well, in my very limited time as being in the land use section, this case is a little bit unique in that they are seeking a total of 10 parcels, and that's that annexation map that you first referenced. And that is the complete annexation properties to be considered tonight for annexation. The second map that you referenced, the aerial, and even the context map that shows the same thing, highlights the 4 parcels where they're seeking a different zoning district than than all those other parcels that are already zoned IL. So those went to Planning Commission for consideration. The parcels that are currently zoned IL are a direct translational request to stay IL, but with the city jurisdiction. So that's why you have the 3 zoning ordinances to consider. The one for the 6 that are already zoned IL with county jurisdiction to go to city jurisdiction. The one for the 3 parcels in that big chunk of land highlighted that are all currently zoned RR to be ILD, which is that text-only development plan part of the zoning. And then the little smaller parcel along NC 55 is currently zoned RR and CN, and that would also have an ILD designation on it with that same list of restricted uses.
So, okay, so the portion that's shown in the aerial map and attachment 4, where the clay pit and the large body of water is, that is already zoned the way that the applicant wants it. It's just in the county, and this, one of the things we are being asked to do is bring it into the city.
Correct.
Wow, I can't believe I got all that right. Thanks to you, Mr. Stock. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Mayor, I have a question for that. Mr. Biker, are you with us?
Hello, can you hear us?
Now I can. There you go.
Thank you.
Since you've been so forthcoming tonight about certain aspects of the site plan, I wonder if you'll have any interest in telling us what is going to happen with the clay pit there.
I would have to defer to Andy or Kelsey. The clay pit is not my specialty.
Yeah, Councilman Reese, in the site plan that is just almost across the finish line to be approved, the clay pit gets filled in, and the Hopson Road extension comes across the northern portion of it, and then sweeps down to the south and then continues to the west on the southern border.
And that's all pursuant to the comprehensive transportation plan that's been adopted for several years.
Yes, and that's shown on the site plan also. And I think we have all but 3 departments that have approved, and those 3 we're just waiting for final approval.
Okay, thanks. That's all I had, Madam Mayor.
Councilwoman Caballero.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify with Mr. Stock real quick. So the prohibitive use basically in the text only commitment is for all 3, the direct translation, the 10 bigger parcel, and then the stuff on the other side.
The text only development plan will be applied to only the ones highlighted in those the aerial and the context map, the 3 large parcels and the one on 55. Those are the ones that went to Planning Commission and we're seeking a different zoning designation from IL.
Right, but then the text only commitment list where they were, so would there be some of those things that were listed allowed in part of it? Now I'm confused.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, the portion, the other 6 parcels that are seeking direct translation will not have those prohibited uses applied to them.
Okay, thank you.
I see Attorney Biker has his hand raised.
Just to answer any follow-up questions, Mayor, thank you very much.
Anyone else have any questions or comments at this time? All right, I will entertain motion number 1.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to get clarification based on what Councilmember Caballero was saying. So essentially, those prohibited use would only be on the changed zoned area, but not the unchanged. So all of that area up next to Hopson Road extension would be a no prohibited uses, and we still have the same conversation as we had on January 3rd.
That's correct. Those 6 parcels that are currently zoned IL in the county and requested to be IL in the city would come in under, would have all the rights afforded to it under the IL zoning.
Thank you. I want to be really clear. I cannot support this zoning map change or the annexation. And so I just want to make sure I state that before you move to a motion. Thank you.
Right, we have Attorney Biker who has his hand up, and I think we have Attorney and Councilman Charlie Reese, followed by a hand by Councilwoman Johnson. So we will, Attorney Biker.
Sure, Andy Smith just wanted to address that point briefly.
Yes, so in regards to attaching the text only development, after our last council meeting, when we went to staff to add the text only development plan to our zoning, we requested that the text only development plan be attached to all of our parcels. And we were informed that there was no mechanism to attach the text only development plan to the section of land that is not being rezoned. It is our full intention not to build anything that wouldn't have those restrictions, but there was no legal way for us to attach that text only development plan to those parcels. More than willing to do it, but there was not a way to do that in this application. Thank you.
Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Mayor O'Neill. I'll be very, very brief. I intend to vote against the measure tonight. I think this is probably not a horrible place for the kind of project that it sounds like is being proposed here, but I don't know what they're going to build here. They can't tell us that. I think, we received a lot of good written comments from the Planning Commission about the lack of specificity about what's going to happen and where on this massive site. And we also heard from a number of our neighbors, including Pat Carstensen, about the environmental sensitivity of this particular area. If we had a development plan that showed us where things were going to get built and when, what stormwater retention procedures would be put in place to protect our natural environment here, I'd feel a ton better about it. But given that we don't have those things, and given the size and the sensitivity of the site, I intend to vote against it. That doesn't mean that every rezoning that comes before us needs a full development plan. Obviously, I've supported annexations and rezonings that don't have them in the past, but this is a bit of a different situation for me, and I intend to vote no. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilwoman Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just wanted to just make sure I understand we're doing this open dialogue with the developer, that this is not specific to the Skinnell property as an owner, but just noting that once you change it, any owner could provide anything that they wanted to on this property. And so if Skinnell went out of business next year and sold the property, there would be any number of things that could end up in this piece of land because we don't have any text commitment. And I want to be really clear, like that is because we have not had the conversations about what to do in this area. And this is why I've been pushing for open space coordination and figuring out how to work with the city and the county together to make sure that we have identified the areas that we would like to see the development in. We just need to do it more organized and planned. Yeah, we're just not there yet. And I know that the development community is going to move much faster than we can, but I think with 101 acres, that's a lot to call on. As a council member, I just don't feel comfortable. Thank you.
Councilman Williams.
Yeah, a question for the applicant. Regarding Councilmember Reese's concerns, could you state why you don't have those items, or just help us clearly understand the issue here?
Yes, Councilmember Williams, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, it's the process that is called translational zoning. There's 135 acres that's already zoned industrial light today, and it's been zoned that way for many decades because it was formerly Triangle Bricks property. They sold it to Skinnell recently, and so there simply is no mechanism when you do a translational zoning with an annexation. It's the exact same process that we followed up on Junction Road towards the end of Mayor Schewel's tenure as mayor. So it's really a process that's been used many times, and there's just no mechanism in our ordinance to limit uses with a translational rezoning. The annexation on Junction Road and Farrell at Junction and Farrell for Skinnell properties also was well in excess of 200 acres. And all of that 200 acres is IL with no restrictions whatsoever. So it's really how the process works, Councilmember Williams. Again, our intention, and I am 100% confident that none of these uses that are less than desirable will be developed on the 135 acres that's already zoned IL. So hope that answers your question. Be happy to follow up with anything else.
Thank you. Question for staff. Mr. Stock. So how often do we have these situations come up to where there's a translational, I forget the terminology, but the term that phrase he just used. And if it comes up often, is this something we need to address as council?
No, there is a mechanism. They chose to stick with the current zoning and ask the city to apply its zoning, the same zoning when they annex. They could have chosen to come in with ILD, just as they are choosing to rezone RR and CN to IL. That is the mechanism that they could have implemented, but they chose this path.
Thank you.
Attorney Biker.
Yes, Andy Smith wanted to address that a little bit in more detail.
I just wanted to point out that the reason we're here again tonight without the text-only development plan on this section, because in order for us to restart that or to change that zoning from the transitional zoning to an ILD, we would have needed to restart the process over again 100%, taking it back to Planning Commission, restarting the whole process, which is what we discussed in the last council meeting here about the timing of this and moving it forward without the text-only development plan to begin with. That is the reason it's not attached. If there was a mechanism that we could have attached it and continued on to be heard at this meeting, we absolutely would have. Thank you.
You know, Mayor Pro Tem, I see you were getting ready to say something.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam. Were you going to say something, Your Honor? I'll yield.
I'm just wait. I'm listening, so I'm
I'm
processing. I'm processing. So you must proceed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I want to thank my colleagues for really, I think, robust and important conversation. I just want to, everything we said tonight is important, but I think it's also important that the representations we make mean something. And we had a very robust conversation the last time this issue was before us. Opportunity to probe and to delve, which is that doesn't nullify further opportunity. It's well within the council's purview to do that. But the ask that we put on the developer at the last meeting, that threshold was crossed. And the question about we've dealt with direct translations before. We know how they work. One of the things that was brought out about this development that stuck with me is the amount of property that's been out there for years that's been zoned this way and nothing's happened without a development plan. So there's not real novelty in this. And I associate myself with Councilmember Reese's observation that, we've approved things before from developers that didn't have a development plan. So that's not like that's unprecedented. For me, as a decision maker, there's the technical knowledge and then there's your experiential knowledge. There's things you just learn from being in the job and players you learn, the people who come before us. There have been developers, I wouldn't dare call names, that I've had some questions about how they would behave if unchecked. Scannell's not one of them. This has been a player in our city for years and has some signature projects within our space. So now, what value you attach to that as a decision maker, that's very subjective from decision maker to decision maker. But sometimes when you make decisions, there are variables you can substitute, and then there are variables you can't substitute. I am also concerned and convinced about the economic impact in terms of keeping Durham a regional economic player that this project could position us for in this area. Again, remembering there's a whole bunch of empty land out there that's already zoned this way with no development plan. So all of those factors taken together, and also just keeping faith with, at least for me, the representation that we made, that go back and do the text-only development and codify that and come back before us, and they've done that. I'm not going to characterize this as moving the goalpost because, again, this is well within the council's right to have these probative questions, and each decision maker has, it's within your own right to make up your mind, or if you think of new questions between a time, certainly. So I'm not nullifying that, but I do think that we had a pretty exhaustive conversation. I think that the developer has done what we asked them to do. I also, if I had to create a continuum, a hierarchy of folk that I was concerned about doing things unseemly or because they weren't checked, if they made a representation in this place, some I would kind of give the side eye. Again, this isn't one of those developers. I'm comfortable with the incredible work that the staff has done. I'm comfortable with the representations that this particular developer has made. I'm comfortable with the direct translation and all of the legal stipulations that go with that in terms of proffering text-only developments. And I'm prepared to support this development. I encourage others to do the same. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilman Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. Another question for the applicant. And I actually, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton brought up this point. I felt that the applicant achieved what we asked from the last meeting, but more of a general question. How would you rate the economic contribution to what's happening in this area with our neighboring counties?
Yes, Councilmember Williams, in regards to what's going on in this section of the triangle, the town of Cary has approved an industrial park adjacent to this site to the south. It's a smaller development, but nevertheless, it's approximately 150,000 square feet, I believe. And there is, of course, ongoing development in Research Triangle Park, which is has very limited uses because of the SRP zoning district and the restrictive covenants that govern Research Triangle Park. And so in order for there to be light manufacturing, distribution, that type of support for Research Triangle Park, we need to expand those types of buildings in Durham. I've been doing this type of work for over 27 years, and this is the tightest I've ever seen the light industrial market. And so it really is important for us to create more industrial space so Durham employers will have room to expand and hire more people. I hope that answered your question, sir.
It does, thank you. And without being too sensitive on this, how confident were you when you were coming into this meeting about this getting approved? I guess that's a matter of subjectivity, but I'm curious.
I do not take any, for 27 years, I've never taken any elected official's vote for granted. Durham County, Durham City, and I've worked on projects from Murphy to Manteo over the last 27 or 28 years. I do my best to explain how the project will work, and I do my best to answer every question. The longer I practice, the more I realize I have to learn. And so I hope I've answered all the questions. Again, we thank the staff for helping us move this forward. And I am confident that this will be a Class A industrial park that will create good paying jobs for our region. And we have to work hard to make sure that Durham residents obtain as many of those jobs as possible.
Thank you. I look forward to supporting it.
I've spent a fair amount of time contemplating this, and I keep hearing the same two concerns that have raised in my mind. And as I'm learning this new space, it's a large amount of land. And once you change, once we say yay or nay, that has impact. And so as I have contemplated this, there are two things that keep ringing that I'm struggling with, and that is the same concerns that Councilwoman Freeman and Councilman Reese have raised, and that is the lack of specificity. And I think you get that from a full development plan. Let me know if that's how I'm viewing it, if that's what normally happens, since this is the first time, is that if you have a development plan, you get more than information. Is that correct? Am I stating that correctly? Anybody?
Mayor's Patrick Biker again. Actually, if there were a full development plan, it would not have any more information on uses in relation to the 100 acres that we've put the text-only development plan on. The development plan would only address certain environmental factors. And I want to stress for everyone on the council that Durham's UDO is stronger on environmental standards than our neighbors in Wake County or Chatham County. Just as an example, when you look at what is defined as the critical area for water supply reservoirs, I personally supported Durham County's watershed ordinance back in 1995 that set 1 mile as a critical area around water supplies. If you look at Wake and Chatham counties, their critical areas are 1/2 mile, a much lower standard in my opinion. And so I would say that a development plan would not offer you significantly more specificity than what you're looking at tonight, Mayor O'Neill. It is simply a tool that gives graphic representations that are shown on the site plan that we've already put through the development review process. And so I think in terms of what's in the public record, that's already spelled out as well as it can be spelled out. And so I think when you look at Skinnell's track record, they build outstanding industrial facilities, and this will continue that track record that they have in Durham.
Councilwoman Johnson and Caballero, can I hear your all thoughts on it? This is my first time on a vote like this, and I certainly welcome some clarification on as to how you go about thinking about these types of things.
My thoughts generally are, I don't have a lot of concerns about the project itself. I have some concerns about the process that the developer used, and the reason why we are in this kind of state of limbo is that they made choices that they could have made differently, which would have like if they had done a full development plan with the rezoning of the areas that were already zoned IL, there would be a lot less vagueness about what's going to happen on the property. Based on what they are proposing, I feel like it's an appropriate use in an appropriate place. I, though, also feel I share some concerns that, you know, we don't, without the commitments, we don't actually know for sure that people are going to do what they say they're going to do. And I prefer to have stronger commitments and more in a more comprehensive development plan. That said, I think it's a good project. It's in the right place for industrial development, according to our staff. We need more development like this, and it is a space for additional jobs for the community. So I think I'll probably be annoyed with the developer and support the project, but express that I'm annoyed and that I would prefer to have more detail. Of course, if I'm going to vote for it, I give them no incentive to give me what I want. But that's my thought process now.
Okay.
My thought process is I'm leaning yes. I am concerned about the direct translation, meaning that we don't have the commitments. So just a little bit of context. So these things are expensive, right? So we added a text commitment only, I think, just a few years ago, because a full development plan is costly, and we wanted folks to have some more options. This is a developer who can afford that, though, right? So this isn't a smaller developer where the cost limitations come into play, which is at least one of the reasons I really wanted to support a text commitment. At the same time, and you're right that Mayor O'Neill, this is a very tricky case. At the same time, this is a good project. It's in a good place. The staff report is dense. There's been a lot of work done on it. And I think we're also in this in between right now, because we're updating our comp plan. And then once our comprehensive plan is updated, our UDO will also get updated. And when we update our UDO, I think what we need to move towards in general are a lot more, and I think there's been conversation on the staff side a little bit, but we have where you can just do a straight rezoning, a text only plan, and then a full development plan, which are the drawings. And all of those cost different things, and they all take a different amount of staff time. And so if we're going to, at least with housing, now this isn't housing, but we're in a crunch with industrial projects as well, or industrial development as well, we're going to have to figure out our own internal processes to make things streamline faster, because what we are seeing is a lot of developers getting stuck in a very lengthy process, and that process costs them money, and then by default, the payer of the thing is going to have to pay more on the end of it. So that's why it's tricky, because we know we're in a pain point. And it's until I think we get our UDO updated, we're going to keep seeing these kinds of trickier, harder things to negotiate. I don't know if that was helpful at all.
Yes, very, very much so.
But I am leaning yes, because I think it's a good project.
It helps me to kind of understand, because a lot of it's, well, all of it in this arena is pretty new. So when you're reading it, from the information that we get beforehand, you're just reading it cold. But when I hear how you think about it and then how you put it in context in a real way that helps me to kind of process it better. So yeah, that's very helpful. I probably need to go to zoning school with you all.
Mayor O'Neill, if you ever want to drive sites with me, I know Councilmember Reese goes and does light trespassing. I tend to go.
Yes, that would be a yes.
Too. So happy to take you out, because sometimes you have to walk the site to really
that will be
understand
a yes.
what's happening.
And Mayor O'Neill, if you ever find zoning school, can I attend too? Because that's
yes, because it gets very complex, and I know it's complex, and we're making some real decisions. So it's helpful. All of this is helpful. And yes, I would say, please, I definitely want to do that. So does anyone have any other comments? I appreciate that. Mayor Pro Tem.
No, ma'am, I'm prepared to vote. I will just say, and then there are nights that I'm always proud to be part of this body, but there are nights that make me really proud to be part of this body. I will say for the in your profession, Your Honor, and Councilmember Reese, we're not supposed to hold it against someone if they choose not to testify in the criminal trial. You can't say, well, they must be guilty because they didn't testify. And there's almost been kind of an operationalization of not submitting a development plan and attaching something to it. There are a lot of factors. There are some companies that can afford to do a development plan, but a lot of those companies also don't need to do them because of the configuration of what they're trying to do, their track record, what's already out there, what are the implications of it, what makes business sense to stick out there given what's already out there. So there's a lot of factors that come into play. And again, we have approved, for the record, we have approved developments before and rezonings that did not have a development plan. So I don't want to create the impression that coming before a sans development plan attaches to you some extra kind of, benefit or burden.
Okay.
It's a choice that folk make, and we have to take it accordingly. With that said, we all have our own specific, subjective kind of standards we bring, but I don't want it to appear that is the case. It must be that if you don't submit a development plan, that automatically you are within, at least not for me, you're in a deficit. I will scrutinize it based upon all of the factors that are before us. But with that said, I think my colleagues have made excellent comments, yay and nay, on both sides. And again, I'm still resolved in supporting this development. Thank you.
Councilman Reese.
This is the last time I'm going to talk on this side. I just wanted to point out.
That's okay. It's all helpful.
Just wanted to point out to everybody watching at home who is not a constitutional scholar that there is a constitutional right not to testify, and a constitutional right as interpreted by our Supreme Court and federal courts and state courts not to have that silence held against you. No corresponding state or federal right exists for the failure to include a development plan, which is probably why our planning commission voted 0-12 to recommend rejection of this project, because they didn't do that in this particular case with these particular needs. And I promised that's all I'd say, and that is all I'll say. Thank you.
Councilwoman Freeman.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank my colleagues for the extenuating commentary, and appreciate our mayor and kind of digging in a little deeper to make sure that she hears from my colleagues. I just want to give a little bit of a precursor, because I tend to go all the way on the environmental side, but in this case it's a little different. Just acknowledging that I think in the onset what we were trying to do was to make sure that we were limiting the uses, and we didn't quite get that for the entire property, which makes it like a whole, like, wait a minute, what are we doing here? We would pretty much the time we spent, yeah, it's kind of a wash. But from what my colleagues have said, I completely agree. I'm not trying to say that this site is not imperfect, and the site could be a great space to do exactly what Skinnell Properties wants to do. I want to make sure I continuously say that this is not about Skinnell. This is about any property owner that came afterwards. And so once the zoning is done, that IL that's in place now for the current clay pit, as Councilmember Reese noted, could be, for any unspecified reason, it could be developed and made into a warehouse with an actual, internet cafe. And there's nothing that we can do about that. But from where I sit, where I have the opportunity, when we're talking to developers and having the conversation, I do want to be very, very direct and pushing in where I can. And we have very few tools to do that. And so in these kinds of cases where it is kind of like, as Councilmember Caballero mentioned, we put processes in place, and we've kind of tried to give on-ramps, and the developer has chosen not to take them. It becomes a little harder to support. And so I just want to say, it becomes like tick mark, tick mark, tick mark, and I'm done. So for me, I don't err on the side of yes for every development. I err on the side of no. And the developer has to figure out how to make sure that it's beneficial to our community. And in this case, if it is developed and there are jobs, there's no commitment into who those jobs go to, how much the jobs will pay, and none of that moves me. So if those developers want to bring those types of comments and they want to bring those types of innuendos, they need to bring contracts and community benefits agreements that say that that's exactly what they're going to do. Otherwise, it feels kind of like, yeah, murky. But all that being said, I completely get, and I appreciate each and every one of my colleagues on the council and their direct, very, smooth process or smooth way of delivering their processes. It's just interesting. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So a 0-12 vote does not a rule make. Once upon a time in this country, a majority of folk thought that, Black and white people shouldn't get married. Didn't make it right. And an analogy does not mean direct translation. The way the analogy works is you look at the animating proposition to draw inference and understanding. And if we communicate to folk that you are in a deficit, or you automatically are assigned extra weight because you don't have a development plan, I believe that does not keep faith with the actual ordinances, because we have created a path. We have created mechanisms for folk to come before us and get votes without development plans. Now, if it's inherently bad, we should take that path away and we should take that mechanism away. All I'm saying is, let's keep faith with all of the items on our menu. And if we don't want people ordering them, we should take it off the menu. That's my last comment on this matter. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm ready to vote.
We have 5 motions before us. Tonight, I'm treading in with my big toe here on this one. All right, so I am now ready to entertain motion number 1, and that's to adopt an ordinance annexing NC 55 and Hopson into the city of Durham, effective March 31st, 2022, and to authorize the city manager to enter into a utility extension agreement with Scanlon Properties number 539 LLC.
Moved as read.
Second.
Second.
I'm sorry.
Moved as read.
Second.
Yes. All right, it has been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Middleton and seconded by Councilwoman Johnson. Are we now ready for the vote? If you will please call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Mayor O'Neill,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tempore Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Nay.
Councilmember Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Reese,
No.
Councilmember Williams.
Aye.
I believe that motion passes 5-2. And we now move to our next motion, number 2, and I will entertain motion number 2 to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of Industrial Light, IL Falls Jordan District BF/JB County Jurisdiction, and establishing the same as Industrial Light, IL Falls Jordan District BF/JB City Jurisdiction. Is there?
So moved.
Second.
All right, it has been moved by Councilman Williams and seconded by Council Mayor Pro Tem Middleton. We are now ready for the vote. Madam Clerk, if you will call the roll.
Mayor O'Neill,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Nay.
Councilmember Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Reese,
No.
Councilmember Williams.
Aye.
Right, and that motion passes 5-2. We now move to motion number 3, and I will entertain a motion to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of residential rural, RR, and commercial neighborhood, CN, Falls Jordan District BF/J-B County Jurisdiction, and establishing the same as Industrial Light with a text-only development plan, ILD, Falls Jordan District BF/J-B City Jurisdiction. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
I believe, was that Councilwoman Johnson or Councilwoman Caballero?
It was me.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councilman Williams and seconded by Councilwoman Johnson. Madam Clerk, we are now ready for the vote. If you will call the roll.
Mayor O'Neill,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Nay.
Councilmember Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Reese,
No.
Councilmember Williams.
Aye.
Thank you.
I believe that motion passes 5-2. We will now move to motion number 4, and I will entertain a motion to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of residential rural, RR/Falls Jordan District BF/J-B County Jurisdiction, and establishing the same as Industrial Light with the text-only development plan, ILD, Falls Jordan District BF/JB City Jurisdiction.
Moved as read. Moved as read.
Second.
It has been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Middleton and seconded by Councilman Williams. Madam Clerk, we are now ready for the vote. If you will call the roll.
Mayor O'Neill,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Nay.
Councilmember Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Reese,
No.
Councilmember Williams.
Aye.
Thank you.
That motion passes 5-2. We now move to the final motion on this matter, number 5, and I will entertain a motion to adopt a consistency statement as required by North Carolina General Statute 160D-6 2021-05.
Move to adopt consistency.
Second.
That has been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, seconded by Councilwoman Caballero. Madam Clerk, if you would now call the roll for the vote.
Mayor O'Neill,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton,
I vote aye.
Councilmember Caballero, Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Reese,
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Aye.
Thank you.
I believe that motion passes unanimously.
Yes,
Right.
yes.
Thank you all so much. We now will turn our attention to our next public hearing, which is item number 12.
Mayor O'Neill,
Yes.
I think at the 2-hour mark, we'd like to take a brief break for the folks who are working behind the scenes for us.
Thank you so much. We'll take a 10-minute break at this time and we'll see you all back. It's 8:58, so let's say we'll come back at 9:10. All right, so about 12 minutes. Thank you.
Our police and community safety departments have been awarded grant funding to help improve public safety responses for people dealing with mental illness and who come in contact with the criminal justice system. The Connect and Protect Law Enforcement Behavioral Health Responses Program grant is for approximately $848,000 and requires a little more than a $356,000 match. It will be used to contract 3 licensed clinicians and fund site visits to other law enforcement agencies to learn best practices and crisis intervention training. The funding will also pay for supplies and equipment needed for the 3 new clinicians. The purpose of the Connect and Protect program is to support collaborative efforts between law enforcement and behavioral health specialists. These efforts should improve public safety responses and outcomes for people with mental illness and co-occurring mental illness and substance abuse issues. More information about the grant can be found at bja.ojp.gov.
¿Sabía que la ciudad de Durham cuenta con servicios de interpretación y traducción? La ciudad adoptó un plan de acceso al idioma para ofrecer servicios lingüísticos y ayudar a que las personas que no hablan inglés puedan tener acceso a los servicios y programas de la ciudad sin la barrera del idioma. Por medio del plan de acceso al idioma, los habitantes tienen derecho a solicitar sin costo alguno servicios de interpretación y traducción, recibir la traducción de documentos importantes y de comunicaciones de emergencia en español, presentar una denuncia de discriminación por motivos de idioma o por no recibir servicios de manera adecuada de acuerdo con la política del plan de acceso al idioma de la ciudad. Para recibir más información sobre la labor de la ciudad relacionada con el acceso al idioma, visita durhamnc.gov/acceso.
I count on Durham for awesome adventures and great bike shops.
I know I can count on Durham for great sports in every season.
I always count on Durham for amazing cultural events.
I count on Durham for its innovative ideas and the determination to bring them to life.
I count on Durham for community and a place for everyone.
I count on Durham to do a good job and to celebrate our success.
Did you know that the city of Durham counts on these individuals? In a city of more than 260,000 people, you're looking at residents who are making their voices count, people who care about the past, the present, and the future of the city of Durham. And you know what? It doesn't matter how mature
or young,
whether you're passionate about the economy, the arts scene,
or the plight of the homeless.
In fact, we have nearly 30 boards, committees, and commissions that you can participate on.
The requirements are to be a Durham City resident, and be current on your Durham City and County taxes.
Durham is your home. You can count on Durham to be there for you.
Can we count on you to be there for our city?
Can we count on you to be there for Durham?
Can we count on you to be there for our city?
Can we count on you to be there for Durham?
So come on, get involved. Apply today. We can count on Durham, but can Durham count on you?
Have you experienced changes in Durham that negatively affect your everyday life? Many in the community have. The City and County of Durham want to correct those issues and ensure the future changes work for the entire community. They're listening and want to hear your ideas for making Durham a place where everyone thrives. That's why the City and County of Durham are inviting all members of the Durham community to take part in the creation of the new comprehensive plan, which will determine the vision for growing Durham over the next 30 years. This collaboration between the City and County of Durham and the Durham community is the result of the new Engage Durham initiative, which seeks to ensure that all community stakeholders are involved in the shaping of city and county projects. Help build a Durham that works for everyone.
The Durham City Council meetings and Planning Commission meetings are now available to live stream on all devices via the City of Durham's social media accounts. To watch, simply go to City of Durham NC on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitter. Devices include phones, tablets, laptops, desktops, streaming boxes and sticks, and smart TVs. The easiest way to view the live stream on smart TVs and streaming devices, such as the Roku, Apple TV, and Amazon Fire TV, is via the YouTube app. Now you can follow along with the latest developments in the Durham community at dinner, your kids' game, the mall, in bed, during a breather, in the bathtub, and even on the International Space Station.
See a pothole? There's an app for that. Missed pickup? There's an app for that. Need to set up water service? There's an app for that too. Introducing the One Call app. Report your service request online on your schedule. Just download for free from the App Store or Google Play Store. Then sign up and start using it to report problems, check the status of your service request, or just find out more information. Try the Durham One Call app today.
Paulette Thorpe's gentle spirit, humor, and infectious smile are qualities her family and Durham community loved about her. People were drawn to her larger-than-life personality. But on July 4th, 2020, she was killed by a stray bullet. Celebratory gunfire is not fun and games. It's a violent crime that kills. Don't do it.
Chief, I know you said that you think there's more of a violent element to the shootings that we're having. What did you mean by that?
It is the number of shots being fired. You know, one shot is too much. Okay, I really do believe that, and I think we all do as well. But when we look at the multiple rounds, so when we have 30, 40 rounds of expended casings where bullets have been fired, that is mind-blowing to me. And the fact that this is happening frequently it does indicate that there is an increased level or a higher level of the wanting to get someone, the being committed to committing this crime. And unfortunately, the commitment is there to end a life.
Falling behind on your bills? Even if you owe more than you can handle, you still have rights. Most legit debt collectors follow the rules, but bad debt collectors don't. They break the law. So if you get a call like this,
if you don't pay, we will have you arrested and deported.
Or this
is your final warning. Pay up now or we'll contact your employer and make them pay.
Hang up and report it to the Federal Trade Commission. You have the right to be treated fairly no matter what. That means debt collectors can't use abusive language, threaten violence, or harass you. Or call you before 8 in the morning or after 9 at night. They can't lie or pretend to be someone they're not.
I'm an attorney and will take legal action if you don't pay this debt right away.
Or get you to pay a debt that doesn't even exist. They can't have you arrested or deported or tell anyone about your debt. Bad debt collectors like to knock you off your guard to get an advantage, create a sense of urgency, and rush you. They'll say anything to get you to pay right now. Instead, hang up and report it to the Federal Trade Commission at ftc.gov/complaint. We've stopped a lot of bad debt collectors. Help us stop more. For more information about debt collection, visit consumer.gov/debt.
Did you know the City of Durham has interpretation and translation services available? The city adopted a language access plan to provide language services and help non-English speakers have access to city services and programs without a language barrier. Through the city's language access plan, residents have the right to request interpretation and translation services free of charge, receive translation of vital documents and emergency communications in Spanish, and so.
All right, y'all, I think we got about 2 more minutes, actually. We are all in place. That was a great discussion. I appreciate learning from you all, and I'm going to continue to do that if y'all don't mind as we go through this process. So we're going to get ready to.
Did you know the City of Durham has interpretation and translation services available? The city adopted a language access plan to provide language services and help non-English speakers have access to city services and programs without a language barrier. Through the city's language access plan, residents have the right to request interpretation and translation services free of charge, receive translation of vital documents and emergency communications in Spanish, and submit complaints of language discrimination or on the failure to adequately provide services in accordance with the city's language access plan policy. For more information on the city's language access efforts, visit durhamnc.gov/language access.
Series of perspectives, and I think that we addressed Councilmember Caballero eloquently stated what I've been most concerned with, and I think that Councilmember Johnson really helped me see the bigger picture, and Councilmember Reese as well. From it was just a really rich discussion, and I just feel elevated intellectually on this. So thank y'all.
Yeah, I do too. I appreciate each and every one of your comments tonight. That really helps. It really, really does. And like I said, that won't be the last time. You might not volunteer to say something, but I'm gonna call you and ask you how you're thinking, because it just helps me to grow in this space. So now we're back at 9:12 exactly, and we'll move to item number 12, our public hearing, our next public hearing, which is the Consolidated Annexation 3602 Westminster Avenue. I do believe that we have one person in the public to speak, and that will be Mr. Michael Hopson, but we will first hear from our staff, Mr. Stock.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor. Michael Stock again with the Planning Department. Before you tonight is a consolidated annexation item for a utility extension agreement, voluntary annexation, and initial zoning map change for one parcel of land totaling just over 4.5 acres located at 3602 Westminster Avenue. This annexation petition is for contiguous expansion of the existing corporate limits of the city of Durham. The applicant is seeking annexation into the city limits to access city water and sewer services for the construction of their single family residence. The associated initial zoning request is for this annexation petition is a direct translational zoning. There's that term again, from residential rural RR under county jurisdiction to the same under city jurisdiction. In the report, it indicates that staff has analyzed the potential impacts, and the following two conclusions were made: that the proposed development of the property is found to be revenue positive based upon cost benefit analysis conducted by the city's budget and management services department, and city and county operational departments have reviewed this request and have not identified significant negative service delivery costs or impacts. I believe staff and the applicant are available to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stock. You have heard the report from staff, and I'm now going to declare this public hearing open. First, are there any questions for staff from members of the council? Seeing no questions, I will now turn to Mr. Michael Hopson to see if he has any comments he'd like to make tonight. You will have 3 minutes. Hi, Mr. Hopson. You have the floor. I believe you might be unmuted now. But we are not hearing you.
Madam Mayor, there's another Michael Hopson. Do you want me to unmute them?
Please. Let's see. Item 12, yes.
They have to unmute himself at this point.
Yes, I believe he is a proponent as well. Mr. Hopson, we have 2 screens for you. One is unmuted and the other is muted.
Madam Mayor, he's not responding.
All righty.
Madam Mayor, this is Michael Stock. I believe he is the attorney for the applicant, Mr. Joseph Mena.
It looks like he just raised his hand.
He just raised his hand again. Mr. Hopson? No, for some reason, you have the floor, sir. We see your raised hand, but we do not hear your voice. All right. From my colleagues, do you all have any questions that you may have had of Mr. Hopson or Attorney Hopson that maybe staff could answer? No questions at all.
Madam Mayor, I will say that as it stands now, just from my initial reading, this seems like a pretty non-controversial translation for this resident. And I, just based upon my reading of the documents, I don't have an issue. I would have, barring something really dramatic happening, I was going to vote to approve this item. So for what that's worth.
Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Mayor O'Neill. I'm not sure what the technical problem is with the applicant's attorney, but I will say I didn't have any concerns about this particular zoning map change and intend to support it. They built themselves a really nice house at the end of that road, and I understand why they want it annexed, and that seems fine to me. So I don't necessarily need to hear from the applicant's attorney. I'm ready to move forward whenever y'all are.
Is there any Attorney Caballero? I'm sorry, Councilwoman Caballero, you need to be heard. Do you
I just wanted to point out to both you, Mayor O'Neill and Councilmember Williams, when we have these types of direct translations, you will not see a planning commission vote. So when you're looking in your packet, if you don't see it, it's because we don't get them in these kinds of circumstances. So I just wanted to flag that for both of you all, because it took me a minute to, I'd be like, well, why didn't they vote on this? And that's why.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, that's helpful. I always have questions, so thank you. Councilwoman Johnson or Councilwoman Freeman, do you all have did you want to hear from the attorney? Is there anyone of my colleagues that would like to hear from the attorneys? Or are you comfortable with me closing the hearing and getting ready to vote on these three motions?
I'm comfortable with that, Madam Mayor.
Can I ask if there's a process where they might be able to email us, or just to make sure that we have their comments if they wanted to share them, because it is a public hearing?
You mean at this particular time or as a follow-up?
Yes, as a follow-up.
Make sure that, okay. So Attorney Hopson, I hope that you can hear me at least. We would like for you to, if you had any additional comments that you would like to make, that you would send those via email so that we will have those for the record. But as of now, I will now declare the public hearing to be closed and the matter is back before council. And we will now turn to the three motions for this matter. And I will entertain a motion, motion number 1, to adopt an ordinance annexing 3602 Westminster Avenue into the City of Durham effective March 31st, 2022, and to authorize the city manager to enter into a utility extension agreement with Joseph Francisco Minas Suarez. I'm gonna get these braces to do what they're supposed to do any day now.
Move is read.
Second.
All right, it has been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Middleton and seconded by Councilwoman Freeman. Madam Clerk, we are now ready for you to call the roll for the vote.
Mayor O'Neill.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
I vote aye.
Councilmember Caballero.
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman.
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Aye.
Thank you.
And the vote passes unanimously. We now turn to motion number 2, and I will entertain a motion to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of the residential rural RR Falls Jordan Lake Watershed Protection District -B F/J-B county jurisdiction and establishing the same as residential rural RR/Falls/Jordan Lake Watershed Protection District -B F/7 F/J-B city jurisdiction. Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, we'll entertain a motion at this time.
Move is read.
Second.
It has been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Middleton and seconded by Councilwoman Freeman. Madam Clerk, we're now ready for the vote.
Mayor O'Neill.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
I vote aye.
Councilmember Caballero.
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman.
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Aye.
Thank you.
And that motion passes unanimously. We now turn to the motion number 3, the last motion for this item. And I will entertain a motion to adopt a consistency statement as required by North Carolina General Statute 160D-605.
Move to adopt consistency.
Second.
Second.
It has been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Middleton and seconded by Councilwoman Freeman. We are now ready for you to call the roll for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor O'Neill.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
I vote aye.
Councilmember Caballero.
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman.
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson.
Aye.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Aye.
Thank you.
Right, and that motion passes unanimously. We now turn to our final public hearing for this evening. That is item number 13, which is a zoning map change, Bull City Townhomes. We have a Mr. Michael Stock again, who will be our staff person. We also have several speakers. We have 3 proponents. Mr. James Osler is a proponent. We also have Credo Engineering, which is a proponent. Mark Bullock, a proponent. Steve DeVeris, opponent, and Kellen Arnie Johnson, opponent. And so when we get to that point, I'd ask Mr. Osler and the other proponents if they will all be speaking this evening. So now we will receive our staff report. Mr. Stock.
Thank you again, Michael Stock with the Planning Department. Mark Bullock of Ramarama Inc. Proposes to change the zoning designation of 2 parcels of land totaling 12.25 acres located at 1343 Ellis and 1326 Clinton Roads. But the current zoning of those parcels is rural residential, or RR. The applicant proposes to change this designation to residential suburban multifamily with a development plan, or RSMD. Proposal would allow for a maximum of 147 townhomes, and in addition to building design commitments, will connect Lindley Road and Carywood Drive with a public street and improve Lindley to current street standards. Specific commitments are found on the cover sheet of the proposed development plan in your agenda packet. The properties are currently designated low-density residential in the future land use map. The proposed RSMD zoning is inconsistent with the designated future land use, and thus, if the zoning is approved, staff recommends a change to the FLUM, future land use map, FLUM, to designate the property as medium density residential. The Planning Commission heard this request at September 14th, 2021 meeting and failed to recommend approval with a vote of 0 to 13. Thank you, and the applicant is available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stock. You have heard the report from staff, and I'm now going to declare this public hearing open. First, are there any questions for staff from members of the council? Hearing none so far, we will now turn to our speakers for this evening. Mr. Osler, Mr. James Osler. Is first up, I believe. Mr. Osler, would you be speaking as well as Cradle Engineering and Mr. Mark Bullock, just for purposes of making sure that the opponents will have the same amount of time, sir?
I am an opponent. There should have been an opponent.
You are an opponent?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Let me just make sure Cradle Engineering would be a proponent, I would assume. Is there someone here who will be speaking for them?
Can you hear me?
Mr. Bullock?
Yes, this is Mr. Bullock. Cradle Engineering is stuck in the airport. He's trying to get connected. He may be able to join us.
Okay, Mr. Bullock. I have Mr. James Osler, who is an opponent, along with Mr. Steve DeVeris. Mr. DeVeris, you're here as well, sir? Thank you. I see you there. And Ms. Kellen Arnie Johnson as well. Okay, so we will give you all 3 minutes apiece. And I would start first with the proponent, I believe. Well, Mr. Bullock, since you're waiting for your colleague to see if he will get connected, do you mind if I start with the opponents, which would be Mr. Osler, followed by Mr. DeVeris, followed by Mr. Arnie Johnson, and that may give him some time to connect.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right. Mr. Osler?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You're first up. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm James Osler, resident at 2207 Southern Drive, which is the first house on the immediate left when you turn off of Ellis Road. Previously, in the previous city council meeting, and I thank you, our new mayor, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and all of the members of the City Council for hearing what we have to say tonight. In the previous City Council meeting, we highlighted that the persons who or the engineering firm drained the pond that is immediately behind my property, immediately down Ellis Road. There's multiple developments that are going on that proceed up towards a triangle charter, an academy that is a school that is up the highway. At that time, none of the residents of Southern Terrace, which is immediately to the immediate left and down the corridor that goes into Clinton Road, were aware of that. It has dramatically changed as of the draining of that pond, all of the animal and all of the nature. So we have snakes, turtles, deer, every kind of animal that you can think of that was a part of that ecology of that pond that are immediately in the vicinity of all of the homes on this side. One of the council members, and I can't recall the name, talked about trying to come down the access corridor because we have multiple developments up on Ellis Road that are being developed at this time. And it took them 3.5 hours just to come down the Ellis Road to proceed towards their home. So we are a community that is completely saturated with developments that are going down Ellis Road. Coming back along the back corridor around, because of the development of what is going on the highway, we are a direct detour for all of the traffic that comes through there, that comes up Clinton Road from Angier, coming up Glover, down Clinton Road and through Southern Drive. At the junction is just crazy during the greatest traffic hours of the day. So we are a highly saturated community already with developments that are going on all around the community. It is exceedingly hard, especially in the morning, with the RTP traffic that is coming down the Ellis Road corridor and that detour traffic that is coming up Southern Drive. It can be a hazardous experience. In addition, we have school traffic that goes on with buses and of course the regular transit traffic that comes through. So in speaking with members of the community, and we met indirectly or have phone called, this would totally choke the community from two sides when we're already highly saturated. So we're asking once again the City Council not to approve the development of this particular area. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now would turn to Mr. Steve DeVeris, and I apologize in advance if I'm pronouncing your name wrong as I did with Mr. Osler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, my name is DeVries. We also have two other people here, Gabe Carrillo and Charles Hanson, that want to speak also. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
So I am the property owner of 1346 Ellis Road, and me and my wife, Janet, have lived here since 1986, which is more than 3 decades. And as a property owner, I sympathize with Mr. Bullock, wanting to develop his land, and we believe he has every right to do so. But it must be done in a respectable way, while considering the people already here. I think this proposal will create an even more dangerous scenario, which is already a bad situation. For years, I've seen the danger on this specific curve. It gets worse and worse over time. In fact, I've seen a lot of accidents on Ellis Road. One time when a driver lost control of his car and slammed into my front ditch and caused significant damage to my property. And another occasion when a person ran directly into a telephone pole and the power company had to come out. Just within the past 3 weeks, there's been 3 separate incidents of a person getting into a wreck and 2 people running off the road. Maybe the most concerning issue is every day I pull out of my driveway and I'm fearful of what's coming around the curve. And this, it's just a dangerous curve. And with all the new homes already approved right next to my property, I don't know, it's getting to be too much. We don't mind the positive development, and welcome the growth in our neighborhood, but we want it done in a reasonable manner that blends in with the existing residential area. You know, we want to see our neighborhood thrive in a way that is good for everyone. We're committed to reaching a positive outcome with Mr. Bullock. And I would like to say that Gabe Carrillo is here and Charles Hanson that signed up to speak also.
Yes, sir. All right, and we will, since I did not call them in order, if you don't mind, if I go ahead and call Mr. Arnie Johnson, and then we'll come back to the two people you have with them, if that's okay. So Mr. Arnie Johnson, if you will go ahead, and then we will return back to Mr. DeVera's companions.
All right, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, yes, my name's Kellen Arnie Johnson. I live on 1334 Ellis Road. My wife and I moved into this house in February of 2020. And we love the neighborhood, we love the area. But we've seen a fair amount of development and brought some concerns in regards to traffic and the issue. I mean, we live on a 35-mile-hour residential road, and yeah, we still have people cruise down this road at 55, 60, and sometimes 70 miles an hour. Actually, I have a police report number of 22-004082 of an incident that happened 2 days ago, where a gentleman was cruising down the road very fast. You can tell by the damage he was doing. Took out my mailbox, landed, flew into the ditch, popped back out of the ditch, took out my neighbor's mailbox, and drove up into the yard and took out the for sale sign next door to me. So it's a very dangerous road, and the two young ladies live across the road from me constantly have to worry about pulling out of their driveway as they're stuck around a blind corner. I'm a big advocate for taking care of your property. If you have property, you build upon it and make it grow. I have no problem with development on the 12 acres, but I do have concerns of 147 townhouses being built on that area. If you look at that, that's say 2 people per townhouse. They're talking close to 300 new people living in the area. Talking about over 300 plus cars in the area with very limited access on a 2-lane road coming in and out. That road down that way, it's pretty nice. Me and my wife walked our dogs down there. It's quiet, it's peaceful. Kids can play out on the streets. It's a very nice neighborhood. If we're going to development, I would argue for developing of single-family homes. Otherwise, a lot of those homes down that road are going to have half a dozen to a dozen something townhouses looking directly into their backyard, looking into their kitchen, looking into the living room from across the way, with all that being done. So my biggest focus is on traffic is a danger, building the community, but building the community in a wise pattern, and also focusing on the aesthetics of the area and the very friendly and very pleasant view that we have currently. We have almost 300 townhouses just south of me that are being built right now. The 200 townhouse development, I had no notice of that, and I was here when that proposal went up. If I had known about it, I would have argued against that as well. Because of that, I now have a pack of coyotes that roam around behind my backyard harassing my dogs, and coyotes can't jump over my fence. And so every time I go out and take my dog out, I have to be with my dogs. It is an issue. I would just ask that if we do look at development, we bring it back a little bit and focus on better community development and the design of the house versus slamming as many people as possible in such a very tight area. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Mr. DeVeris, we will turn back to you and the folk you have with you. I think you indicated you have 2.
Yes, he said he was signed up. He asked to be unmuted. Can you see him?
What was his name now?
Gabe Carrillo.
Okay, Gabe Carrillo, and what's your second person's name, and we will make sure as well.
Charles Hanson.
All right, we have them both. Thank you, Mr. Carrillo. I'm sorry about that. You may proceed, sir.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. So I think, for one, I just want to say that I start out every time that I see a patient or I talk to a client, it is about trust. And I trust what this council does because I believe each of you is really interested in the communities that you serve and you care about those individuals. That's why you're doing what you do in public service. And I am a big believer in people being able to expand and use entrepreneurial capacities that they have within their reach to do certain things with what properties they own. And in this particular junction, my home lives right at the smack dab corners on all sides of everything that is being developed. If you look at the actual site map, that little blip of a spike down in the bottom, that is my property. And it's at the southern border. And so I'm encapsulated in every way, shape, or form. Now, the reason why I say that is because anything that happens to this land impacts each of us that's directly adjacent to it. But it means really a lot, especially with so much of the things that my colleagues have alluded to here thus far, which are, I would say, 3 top issues that I hope all of you will consider in totality. One has been raised is the treacherous nature of that curve that's right there in front. It really is a dangerous part of Ellis Road. And I know there's traffic impact statements that can come along and additional considerations that will need to happen over time. But it is day in, day out, somebody comes flying around that curve and we don't even know the full extent yet of all the additional townhomes that will be added within the 2-mile radius that we have, close to about 1,000 townhomes coming in total. So that impact of and severity and potential safety hazard is only going to get worse with time. And so, which brings me to the next point. So the first one is the safety component. And the treacherous nature of that curve. Number 2 is about the density. Just as my colleagues have brought up, the density is out of control in this corridor. And I think that quite often, I know it's tough to put into perspective, how many things are coming in, how many sites are being built. But I can tell you now, it is tremendous. And none of us have been apprehensive toward the idea of growth. And we know that certain people need a possibility for where they can live, and Durham is growing. But in certain areas, there should be a consideration of what the infrastructure is and what new density means, which brings me to the third part, which is about doing the right thing in the area based upon what the community needs and concerns are. Long after these 147 townhomes come in, we will be here. This will be our property. And we love the area and we see that it's changed, but it really is going to have to be there long after all these homes are built, and we have to be.
Mr. Gabe.
Yes.
Gabrielle, your 3 minutes is up, sir.
All right.
We appreciate your time this evening. I believe there is one other opponent to speak tonight. And I believe he was Mr. DeVeris. If you could give that name again, we may have missed it, sir.
Charles Hanson, he's right here.
Mr. Hanson, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Down here. Okay. Hit the talk button. Yeah, you're good. Go ahead. Oh, yeah. Sorry. It's all right.
Are we on?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And I did a very long report, but I know and I've condensed it down. So if you have any questions about the information that I'm about to give you, I have the backup data for you and the street addresses and everything. This is in order to save time. In order to bring an overall view of the high density and the dwellings, this is what we have going on. They're starting up at Riddle Road. You have Shepherd Square, which is 150 townhouses. South of Riddle Road, there's another 100 going in. West side of Ellis Road by the pond, that's another 100. Atwood Townhomes is 105. Retreat and RTP Apartments is approximately 150. Colonial Grand is another 150 apartments. Ellis Crossing is 125 condominiums. Ellis Walk is 150. The Reserve at Ellis Crossing is another big apartment complex with 100. Ellis Crossing Townies is 125. And a sign just went up the other day across, and that's over there by the Bethesda area. The Windsong condominiums. And then there's another on Sohai, which is going right around the corner, Winsford Townhomes, and that's another 100. So we have a total of 155 townhomes, either in construction or already constructed, and approximately 400 apartments. If we add another 147, will be 1,202 townhomes in this one little area. In this listed report on Ellis Road, I also did all of the businesses and the trucking companies, and so I have that data about trucks and traffic. One new thing is a 147 Exchange. It's a new company. They've already cleared the land, and that is corner Glover Road in Ellis, and that is a 274,370 square foot industrial space. And it's the website states that it says great highway access and strategically located, which means there'll be 7 trucks coming in a day. And I talked to a person who was in the trucking industry and the distribution centers, and he said that could be well over 100 trucks, tractor trailers in and out every single workday. And another new item to mention is that there's a mall in Ellis Crossing going up at 147 and Ellis Road, and there's going to be a new Publix food store, and this is a very large mall. And just to break this down, then there's the Research Triangle Academy, which every morning from Cash Road to the opening, they're totally
Mr. DeVries, I believe the 3 minutes are up now. Thank you so much for your time tonight. We will now turn to Mr. Bullock, who is a proponent. And Mr. Bullock, did your companion or your colleague, was he able to sign on?
Madam Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes.
He says he needs to be unmuted.
What is his name, sir?
Cradle Engineering.
Cradle Engineering. We have okay, we see him up there. And I believe we had, 4 speakers at 3 minutes each. How many minutes have we had? 3 speakers at 3 minutes each. So you all will be given 4.5 minutes apiece. Should even up the time if I'm correct.
Can you hear him? Can you hear him?
Yes, Mr. Bullock and Cradle Engineering. Yes, we can hear you both.
Okay.
Okay. This is Cliff with Cradle Engineering Company, 204 East Markham Avenue, Durham, North Carolina. I want to thank y'all for taking a look at this project this evening. This project has come a long way. We're about 3 years into this project and have worked diligently with the planning department to get it here at this specific meeting. So there's a couple of things I would like to address in starting out here, because we think we've got a wonderful plan for up to 12 units per acre density on this property. And the location of this property being the first thing I'd like to address is this property being located right outside the commercial section of Ellis Road is exactly what the density should be, medium, if not higher density, as a transition down from the city's core. So us picking medium density at the planning department's suggestion, I thought was very reasonable. So, and there has been a lot of development along Ellis Road, and that is usually at a higher density, if not the same density of what we're talking about, which does actually match the area. It's just not the area that it used to be years ago. So the traffic, number 2, the traffic along Ellis Road is, I'm not going to say it's good. We are not actually outputting onto Ellis Road, but we are developing in that vicinity. But that's going to be more of a DOT issue. I wish we had the funds to be able to change Ellis Road to a five lane median intersection with bikes and media walks on both sides, but that's just not possible with the amount of frontage that we have. It is possible for the city of Durham to start moving Ellis Road in that direction, but that's beyond our local developers' means. So that's not possible from what we're doing. If DOT wants to go ahead and start the project, we will actually contribute to the surveying necessary for that. And lastly, there's been some questions about our environmental aspect to this property. And there was a pond that was on this property from the 60s. It was man-made pond, and it was placed there for I won't say irrigation, but for livestock, and that use is no longer necessary on this property, and hence that feature has been removed. The creeks coming and going from that pond have not been removed and are preserved as the city requires and the state requires. Matter of fact, we're actually leaving all of the environmentally sensitive area on this property and not developing up to it. So I just wanted to take a minute and say those things associated with this property. And again, we're looking forward to developing this nice walkable neighborhood and leaving a lot of that green space available for this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will now turn to Mr. Mark Bullock, and I believe he will be our final speaker on this matter unless I missed someone.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Mark Bullock. My cousin and I, Marcella Smith, have been building homes in Durham for about 25 years, all in the South Side, Chestnut, South Street, Fargo, Drive, or you name it. And we purchased this property back in 2018 with the idea that we're going to build affordable, nice townhomes like we've been trying to do around Durham, and you're running out of properties in the downtown area, so you have to move out here into the rural areas. Obviously, you all know this is zone RR. We're not trying to get it zone industrial or any of that high density stuff. We're just trying to do medium density townhomes, the most affordable way to use land right now. If you, Dan Ryan, as some of the opponent said, Dan Ryan is developing on both sides of this property, and they're doing beautiful, I mean, nice stone fronts, houses, townhomes that I would want to live in. And I just say, hey, this is it. You can't, I know single family might be, but single family is meant for rural. Going out further, we're at 147 and Ellis. I mean, you got some of the biggest, and you're getting ready to open up the flyover to go over to 85. People going, all this homes, townhomes right now that are being built are sold. You go by there, they're all sold because they're affordable. This is affordable housing. Single family in Durham is not affordable anymore. You can just look at some of the stuff going on in some of our downtown poorer neighborhoods where you got all these pop-ups going for $500,000. It's just not affordable. Townhomes are affordable and they're nice, and you don't have to do any maintenance, don't have to cut your grass. I mean, look, just drive through one of these neighborhoods that they're talking about and just look at these townhomes. I mean, they're nice, they're efficient, they're clean. The grass looks like they were cut with scissors. I mean, you can't ask for anything any better. That's all I have. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. I talked with Miss Freeman and Miss Johnson back when I was trying to save the Harriet Tubman YWCA from demolition, which we successfully did, even though I don't own it anymore. I appreciate you guys giving me all your support.
Did I miss any of our public speakers? Thank you, Mr. Bullock. I now declare the public hearing to be closed and the matter is back before council. And we are now ready for, I'm sorry, Ms.
Madam
Strife.
Mayor, there are two additional speakers in the queue, a Joseph Williams and a Philip Lawson.
All right, so we will go back to that. And if you will unmute, do you know whether they are opponents or proponents?
Madam Mayor, I have no idea.
Okay. If you will unmute the first one, 3 minutes apiece. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm Joseph Williams. I live at 1321 Clinton Road. I found it very difficult to sign up for this meeting, and but thank you that I am recognized. Living on Clinton Road, I'm directly in front of the entrance of part of the map. As was stated earlier, we're having a major problem with traffic currently, and there are times when I'm on my way home, I have counted 217 cars from André Avenue to Clinton Road, which is the road I live on. There's a lot of difficulty there. We have children playing on that street. It's a family-oriented neighborhood. I moved to this area because of the environment that it currently sets. And again, as I listen to Mr. Bullock talk about affordable housing, those things in our neighborhood, what kind of persons are going to be purchasing those properties? Currently, Durham is a very violent place. We are seniors. In 20 to 25 years, all of us that lives on Clinton Road will probably be gone. Gone meaning deceased. We're an aged neighborhood. And so we need protection. We need the city to provide protection for us. The development also is going to bring all kinds of infrastructure problems. And again, as was stated earlier, with the number of homes coming in that area, they're going to have families. And from families, then we're going to get into a taxation situation because as Southern High School moved from that area, we're going to again need another school over on that side of town. So we're looking at a whole lot, as I'm growing in my seniorship, we're looking at a whole lot of taxation that's going to be coming my way along with the other senior residents in the area. So I encourage you to vote no on this project. Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, if you would unmute the second speaker. Mr. Lawson, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you guys for fitting me in later. I know I signed up late for the public hearing. My name is Philip Lawson. I live at 1302 Clinton Road, which is the primary street through the Ellis Estates neighborhood. And the community, we voiced our concerns to the Planning Commission back in September. And I believe the Planning Commission's comments are attached with the other items for this agenda item. And I hope the City Council has read through those comments. They do a great job of summarizing a lot of what myself and our community members had said tonight. But I want to say that I do not support the proposed zoning request, but I do want to preface my comments by saying that I'm not kind of, categorically opposed to development and understand the immediate need for affordable housing in Durham and the incredibly competitive housing market that we have here in the Triangle. And I feel very fortunate that my wife and I purchased our house when we did about 5 years ago. We decided to settle down and, raise a family in this little corner of Durham. And we have 2 small boys, both under 3 years old, and they love to play outside. But even though we're in a relatively small neighborhood, we're just constantly on vigilance when we're out in the yard just because of the volume of traffic in front of our house and the speed that the cars go. Unfortunately, our neighborhood, the street that runs in front of our house, Clinton Road, it's a shortcut between RTP and the areas, off of Highway 70 and Miami Boulevard. Our neighborhood only has about 75 homes, but in the Transportation Department's speed study, there were, I think, around 600 vehicles that passed through this neighborhood in a 24-hour period. Almost all of them were speeding. Some were measured as fast as 65 miles per hour. We're talking about a small neighborhood street. People walk on it, walk their dogs, their kids, park their cars. It's pretty crazy, the amount of traffic volume that's currently on our street. And I know with all the other townhomes being built in the area, I suspect it'll only get worse. So this rezoning request, as you know, would allow up to 147 townhomes in just 12 acres. That's, roughly double the number of homes that are currently in this entire neighborhood. In my opinion, it's just too dense for this area, and the townhomes are incongruous with the other style of single-family homes that are currently in this neighborhood. I'm also concerned about communication between the developer and the community. We had probably 8 to 10 neighbors and community members speak at the Planning Commission meeting and voice, a wide range of concerns between traffic and concerns about impact and environment.
Mr. Lawson?
Yes, ma'am.
We thank you for your time. Your 3 minutes are up, sir. But we appreciate you being here tonight. Also, I need to check and make sure that we have not missed anyone else who would like to speak during this public hearing session before I again close it. All right. I don't see our clerk coming back on, so I will assume that we covered everyone. I'll now declare the public hearing to be closed and the matter is back before the council. All right. Councilwoman Johnson, I see your hand raised. I also see Mayor Pro Tem Middleton's hand raised. And we'll start with Councilwoman Johnson first, and then you next, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a few questions that probably either staff or the applicant could answer. The first one is about traffic. Could I get some clarity on where the ingress and egress for this development will be, under which roads?
The access points will be on Carywood Drive and Lindley Road. Carywood Drive does lead directly to Ellis. Lindley Road goes to Southern, which would take you to Ellis or, I believe, Clinton Road also.
Okay, thank you. So if I'm looking right, Carywood Drive, I'm not sure when people are talking about a dangerous curve on Ellis, do we mean the one that's like just to the south of the development? The whole
I would imagine, yeah, I would imagine so.
Okay.
Because they're focusing there, but I can't speak for the neighbors.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Do we have any kind of traffic impact, or is it too small?
I believe it was too small for this development. Yeah.
Okay. These are probably better questions for the applicant. Have y'all considered a proffer for the Affordable Housing Fund or for the, I believe, 13 additional students that the development is proposed to add to the Durham Public School District?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
No, I'm not aware of that from all of the information that we've been sending to planning for his tree surveys and all this different stuff. We didn't have any information on any of affordable, anything at all.
Sure. So they're not, these are proffers that some developers choose to make in order to help the city meet our affordable housing goals and to support the school district when developments are likely to add additional students. They're not required and wouldn't be negotiated with the Planning Commission, but we do ask developers when they come to council if they are willing to make those proffers.
I'm not really apprised of how that works. Obviously, townhomes to me is the most affordable type of home housing that we can do, other than, I mean, maybe condos and higher density. This is going to be a medium. This is a medium density, so it wouldn't really be it wouldn't be over 36 feet tall. It wouldn't be 5 or 6 stories. So the townhomes, if you drive through there now, you'll see their first development is sold out completely. The second one they're building and they already have sold signs on, and I see, a lot of minorities living there and walking their dogs. So that tells me, I mean, they're really nice. I don't think there's going to be crime, as one of the opponents mentioned. I think these townhomes are really nice. I don't see any crime issue being a problem out here.
So I'm sorry to interrupt you. The way that the proffers typically work is that at these public hearings, the developers just tell us if they're willing to donate a certain amount to the Affordable Housing Fund or an amount per student to the Durham Public School District. It's actually 12 students. Sorry, I miscounted. And a typical amount for that proffer is a lot of developers will do $500 per student to the school district, and then some amount to the Affordable Housing Fund. If it's not something you've considered before today, feel free to take a little while to think about it. But it is something that we always ask our developers to do, just to help offset some of the costs of development that are.
Well, sure. I don't see a problem with that. My kids are in Durham Public Schools, so I love it. And I was talking about doing some sub teaching just so I could hang out in the school and see how things were going. So that's a small price to pay. I don't see a problem with that. Do we need to add that to the case?
Yeah, you can make the commitment tonight if you're interested in doing the $500 per student. That would be a $6,000 proffer to the Durham Public Schools, and the staff will take note of that commitment.
Okay. I'm the younger brother of Terry Bullock, who was in Miss Mayor O'Neill's class. I know she doesn't remember me, but anyway, sure, that's not a problem.
Thank you. We appreciate that. The other thing I wanted to ask you about is the community engagement that you did with the neighbors for this proposal. Can you talk a little bit about any neighborhood meetings or other community engagement that your team did?
Yeah, we worked with Emily and Jamie to create the neighborhood letter, which we sent out to 300 people based on the development website. When you click on it, it tells you all of the neighbors within a certain distance. So we sent out about 300. So I actually videotaped us mailing those 300 letters out at the post office. So just so you know, I know some people say they never got it, but we mailed them out to all 300. I have the invoice, all the stamps. But so then once we had a neighborhood meeting, of course, we did have the same people who called in this evening, basically called in and said, traffic is too much. They just don't want new growth on Ellis Road anymore. And they are building quite a few townhomes, but they're really nice. And I just think, this was one. I grew up right around the corner on Riddle and Austin Avenue. I've been here since 1960. So, I mean, this is my neighborhood. I'm not trying to do anything that's going to be bad for the neighborhood. So,
did y'all consider any changes to your proposal in order to respond to any of the neighborhood concerns that came up in the community meeting, or that folks have brought up tonight?
Yes, we did. We changed the density. It says now up to. Instead of just a number, and up to means that you really we really are not going to be able to get anywhere close to that, because in order to build each townhome, you have to have road in front of your townhome. If you don't have enough road, you can't build more than the roads allow. You have to have enough road through the project to put a townhome. So that's why it says up to. We changed that. And Michael Stock was great working with us on that. And he pushed all that through. And that's why it says up to, which is like some of the other projects he was working on over in Briar Creek and some of the others on Hope Valley. They say up to. So we know it's never going to be that many. But that's what the RSM designation says, RSM 12, and just do the math, and it's up to. But we.
So how many units do you actually anticipate building?
I don't actually plan to do the building. We plan to maybe partner with like a KB Homes or DR Horton or someone, because we don't have the capacity to build at that level. But it's probably going to be more like 100 to me, because I just don't think you're going to have the frontage. You have to have a certain amount of frontage. You have to have frontage in front of every townhome. If you don't have frontage, you can't put a townhome there.
Okay, so you don't actually know how many townhomes are going to go onto this piece of property?
We don't know yet, just because we haven't done a development plan. It's just a rezone. This is just a simple rezone. All of this is from RR to RSM. It's a simple rezone, residential to residential. So we haven't even gotten to the development plan.
So there is a development plan in our packet. It's not a site plan, so it doesn't have, you know, the specific homes mapped out, but there is a development plan that was submitted by your team, and some commitments as in that plan as part of the rezoning proposal.
Correct. It's the tree survey submitted. There's a commitment to the Carywood and the Lindley Road connection. All those commitments that planning asked us to put in there.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other things that you changed in order to respond to concerns of the neighbors?
That was it. That was their main concern. The main concern was the traffic, which we really didn't have control over. Dan Ryan is widening the street on both sides of us because they're large. Their project is much larger. So when we're not accessing Ellis Road, we're coming off of KB Homes entrance that they stopped right at the property line, and then we're coming off of a Lindley Road that's been abandoned. No one's ever, it hadn't been used since the 20s.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no real impact directly to Ellis from this particular project.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna stop for now. To speak more generally about the project, I think that medium density infill townhome development makes sense for this piece of property. I'm concerned a little bit about the lack of detail about the proposal that we're receiving right now from the applicant, and I'm concerned about the level of community engagement that's been done so far. So I feel a little bit, I don't feel clear about what this would look like generally I think that this proposal is reasonable for this piece of property, but we generally get a lot more information from applicants with these kinds of proposals. Anywhere between 100 and 147 units feels pretty broad range. But I'll like to hear from my colleagues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, I think I was acknowledged next, but I see Michael Stock's hand is raised. So with your permission, ma'am, I'll yield to him if he wanted to respond to something.
Mr. Stock.
Thank you. I just wanted to make clear for the record, this is the first time staff has heard any kind of like doubt about actual how many units would go on the land. And per the ordinance, if there's less than, if they drop below 8, want to do a project that's less than 80% of what the density calls out for in the development plan, they would have to rezone per the deviations of a development plan in the ordinance. So I just want to make that clear and make sure the applicant's aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stockton. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mike, if you'd come back, I have a couple of questions for staff and then a couple for the applicant. And I want to thank Councilmember Johnson for anticipating some of my questions, actually probably shaving some minutes off of the questions I had to ask. In the memo with the staff report for transportation impacts, you say the proposal has been evaluated to suggest its potential impact on the transportation system. How do we determine that if we didn't do a TIA?
I'll let Bill Judge talk about that. Those comments come directly from the transportation department.
Yes, sorry. Good evening, Bill Judge, Assistant Transportation Director. That is just a very simple capacity analysis of the nearest major road, in this case Ellis Road, using basically daily volumes that townhomes generate times the number of units to see whether or not the adjacent road has existing roadway capacity. In this case, it does.
Okay, so it was. I didn't see what a finding. It says you guys evaluated it. I don't know whether it's good or bad. It says Ellis Road is a major impacted road, but is that bad or good impact, or should we read that?
Yeah, I mean it's that just in that attachment. I think it's 7 or 8. But
okay, I'm looking. Got you.
Yeah. Ellis Road, the capacity is like 11,800 and existing volumes like 4,500.
Right.
And we're estimating it's going to add about a little over 1,000 trips per day. So,
okay. So we also noted that the applicant is going to construct a connection from Lindley Road to Carrywood Drive. So we made those observations about what they're going to do in terms of transportation. But you also, the staff also said that the applicant didn't. Let me get the language right. They didn't address compliance with the comprehensive transportation plan. What does that mean? What does that mean when you don't comply with the comprehensive transportation plan?
Yeah, Mike, do you want to take that since it's part of the staff report?
The only thing that they were not in addressing per that transportation plan was I believe, a bike lane improvement along Ellis Road. Okay. That's the extent of that.
And we only typically require the additional widening for a bicycle facility if they're otherwise doing improvements to the roadway. So in this particular case, they're not required to do any widening on Ellis because they're not putting in turn lanes. So they would have to basically go out and do construction in an area where they wouldn't otherwise in order to provide those. But
I guess I'm just trying to reconcile I don't know if it's a ding or not, non-compliance with the transportation plan in an area where they weren't required to do anything?
Correct. There is no ordinance requirement that they provide that. So they have chosen not to. So they're compliant with the ordinance. They're not compliant with the long-term plan, and that there's still a need for it, but they would be dedicating right away that would ultimately allow the city or the state to provide that improvement at some point in the future.
Okay. And last question for staff. So just to be clear, they're not, we would have to change the FLUM, but they are in harmony with the comprehensive plan, the current iteration of the comprehensive plan's vision for that area.
The FLUM would change automatically if you do approve the zoning. Yes.
Right. Because it's not consistent.
Correct.
But they are consistent with the comprehensive plan, this particular development.
Yes, the policies within the comprehensive plan, they have been proven to be consistent with those.
Okay. All right, Mr. Bullock, are you still with us? A couple of questions for you.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Are you the primary spokesperson for this project, or are you working with somebody else?
Cradle Engineering is the engineer, and I'm the majority owner. My cousin Marcella Smith is an owner, and my son Marcus.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Do you know you use the term affordable housing? What do you anticipate? And I know this is more art than science, but what are your anticipated price points for your townhomes?
Go by Dan Ryan Homes, which is on both sides of this property.
Comps.
Their price point starts at right around 300, and I guess for me in Durham now, that's a starting rate. I never thought the average home would start at 300 around Durham, but I was building homes in the 20 years ago and I was selling for 150. So now 300 is just, so that's affordable. And I drive through Dan Ryan Atwater development on this side, and I drive through the other development on the other side, and I see all the young professionals. Looks like they just got out of college, just working in the RTP, and they're all washing their cars and have the grass mowed, and this is, there's no way that can happen if you do detached single family homes. That would not be possible.
So I just want to be clear. So when you say affordable housing, for you to start, the starting point for affordable housing is 300,000 roughly?
Roughly, compared to single family prices. I think downtown Durham now is getting really pricey. You can't afford to, you got to come out. You have to move out further here to the rural areas to be able to, you can't get 300. What can you buy downtown for 300? The neighborhoods that I grew up in, that were the worst neighborhoods in Durham now, are the most expensive to live in.
Let me move on to something else that Councilmember Johnson touched on. I had a note for as well. In the Planning Commission comments, a consistent motif was a lack of community engagement. That's something we take very, as you're a Durham person, we take that very seriously in Durham, particularly this council, making sure that those are going to be impacted get a chance to have input. And I heard that you said that you mailed letters, but we're accustomed to developers usually having at least one community meeting where folk can come and express. Did you do that?
Oh yes, we had a community meeting. We had Zoom. We had 7 to 12 callers. We emailed the actual Zoom meeting to Sarah Young, the director of planning.
And you say, so how many people? You said 7 to 12 folks showed up at that meeting?
Through the Zoom meeting.
Zoom meeting.
Which we recorded. We recorded.
I believe you. You did one of them?
Yes, we required to do one. We had to have a letter that was approved by Ms. Young. Mm-hmm. And once they approved that letter, we sent that letter out to the all of the addresses that showed up on the developmental website.
Gotcha.
Within an X amount of distance from this property.
Got you. I got you. Thank you. I and again, I want to echo something that Councilmember Johnson said earlier. I think that this is a good fit for the area, but I'm wondering, you didn't ask me for it, it's just totally free to you. I'm wondering if a little more time to do a little more due diligence would place you on a better position. I mean, conceptually, I'm inclined to support this type of project, but I think there was an explicit representation that it was going to be 147 townhomes, and you very clearly said up to. It may not be that number. There seem to be a number of people in the community that feel that they haven't had opportunity, taken fully at face value. I believe you had the meeting 7 to 12 folk, but that consistent motif in the Planning Commission's comments that seemed to be recurring almost unanimously with them. I'm wondering, and particularly since tonight there's no clear indication as to a number of townhomes that will be there, and you heard staff say that if it's beneath a certain number, it would actually trigger another legal requirement. So I don't want you to get tripped up. I'm wondering if you think, again, you're not required to do this. We can vote tonight, but I'm wondering, do you think that maybe perhaps a little more time to maybe do a little more community work and kind of shore up the number of townhomes you're actually going to be building there? And some of the other questions, do you think that's something that would be useful to you or no?
Mayor Pro Tem, I would go back to the Highway 55 and the Hopson project, where they're going from RR to industrial, and that the site plan to do it for something like that, which is much more complicated. This is strictly going from residential to residential, and all we're doing is going from rural agricultural land to townhomes. I mean, the site plan is not something you really do at this level. We're just doing a simple rezoning.
I'm sorry if I was unclear. I'm not asking for a site plan. I just like to know the number of houses you plan on building. Something, kind of something
and
just to.
The RSM designation wasn't. This is what we were told to rezone it to. We didn't really even think about RSM and the RSM 12, which is 12 times 12. It's 148. And I don't really see being able to get that density in there, just because, of course, in order to build a home, you have to have a street front. And in order to have 144 street front, you got to have 144 times the width of 20 feet of street all the way through. And as one of the opponents said, you can't really get that in there. So that's why the up to. I mean, clearly to me, that's what, go back to some of your previous site plans from the last year, is what they say in Briar Creek and Hope Valley, all the ones I've been following up to, and when knowing that in reality, you probably are not going to get up to.
Okay, my final question, then I'll yield to my colleagues. Do you have any idea of when you know how far up to you plan on going? How long it's going to take you to make that determination?
I'm not even sure, Mayor Pro Tem, that I'm going to even be able to develop this. This is a larger project, and this is probably going to be one that one of your national companies, your national builders is going to come and want to do. And then they will, of course, do all the bells and whistles that you're talking about. They will have landscape plans, you name it. They'll have it all. And but again, they're only going to be able to build whatever amount of frontage that road going through that parcel allows them. So again, we've done some preliminary sketches, and we're at the 100 to 110 units. 148, 12 times 12 is 148, of course. We don't really think, we all pretty much know that's not going to be achievable.
Mr. Bullock, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
I yield back, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilwoman Caballero.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions for the applicant as well.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Bullock. Just out of curiosity, so we have had cases like yours where basically you're just in the rezoning piece and there's not a designated builder for the actual building out. So a lot of the text commitments that we would maybe see on a more full plan comes in when there's an actual designated builder. And we're not seeing that right now because there's not an actual builder, which I understand why, from your position, why that may be. In our packet, there's several proffer questions from BPAC, or Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Council. And I was curious if you were interested in offering any of those proffers. It's mostly for Ellis Road, and I know that your development is not touching Ellis Road, but I was curious because at least you were made aware of some of the things that they were asking for including construction of 5 additional feet of asphalt on the full frontage of the site along Ellis. Also an off-site sidewalk on Ellis Road to connect to Southern Drive. These are some of the things that was in that report, and staff just shared that you'd been made aware and you were considering it. And I was curious if you had any, if you'd come to any conclusions on that.
Sorry, I had not recalled those, but they are not really expensive items. So that's not something that we really couldn't do. I mean, sidewalks, we pour sidewalks every day. So that's not a big deal. Like, you know, we can add that to the one for the school. Was it the school allowance? That'd be fine. I say, I'm born and raised right around the corner.
Could staff, I just want Mr. Bullock to understand that sidewalks are often very expensive. So I was just curious if staff could chime in on what that cost would be.
It costs us about $5 a square foot for our sidewalks that we're doing. So we're doing them at several schools for Barnhill and some of the other contractors. So that's what we do. We're a road and bridge contractor, so we can build our own roads and sidewalks.
Are there any other comments from colleagues? Certainly, I want to hear from you, Councilwoman Freeman, Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I thank my colleagues for trying to kind of get us into some guardrails around the conversation. I think there might be a little bit of misunderstanding, and I can sense some, if Mr. Bullock could, explain or kind of go in a little bit more detail specific to the property itself. I just want to be real clear. What I'm hearing sounds like KB and Ryan Homes is where you're trying to go to. And if KB or Ryan Homes were here this evening presenting this, it would be very different. And the context of the conversation is not different based on, not on ability, but on the way in which this system operates. And so I'm mindful that our staff has been trying to be helpful and supporting Mr. Bullock and trying to figure out how to navigate this space. And I really appreciate Councilmember Johnson trying to, walk you through some of the protocol and how we manage in these conversations. But to be very clear, $300,000 is not affordable housing in the context of how folks in our city live. And so, yes, that may be affordable. It may be an affordable price, but it is not affordable to the people who live in our city. And so the questions that you're hearing are because the type of profit that would be able to be made on this project has to be able to provide a benefit to the rest of the city. And so whether that's bike lanes, sidewalks, proffer for affordable housing or school, for our schools, we want to make sure that whomever is engaged in making that type of profit in our city off of housing is also understanding that they have to be vested in what's happening here. Does that make sense? I just want to make sure because it just started to go left in a way where I was like, we just all need to say no. And that's not where I think we want to land. Mr. Bullock?
Yes, Madam Freeman. I totally agree with you. And it's definitely something that I'm pretty sure would be no problem for the developer who takes on this project. As I guess I would say the capacity is the word I would use that they have that we don't have. They have capacity to come in and give full-blown packages with everything tweaked down to the T, the I's crossed, and that's they're public companies. They have millions and millions of dollars, and they do beautiful work. As I said, you can visit both sites on each side, and their work is impeccable. I try to just live up to their standards of quality. And I know, yeah, 300 is not sound like it's affordable. And they, actually, the houses, right, it started at 200 when they first broke ground, but they slowly crept up as they're all getting sold out. So I see young professionals who are working out in the park. They're buying these. They can afford, they can afford to pay. They can afford to pay 200, but yes, it might not be the most affordable, but it's more affordable than them trying to buy a detached single family house.
Thank you. And yes, I would agree that it is more affordable. That doesn't make it affordable for the folks in our city at their current wages. And so I do want to note that I'm not trying to say that you should be coming in with bells and whistles, but I do want to note that there are community benefits that have to be tied to the projects that do come through our city. And I'm mindful that you're not sure about whether or not to take up Mayor Pro Tem's comment about maybe taking a little bit more time to have conversations with the folks in the neighborhood. But I want you to be mindful of it. If this were a project in your neighborhood and a developer sent a letter and a Zoom call was called and only 7 to 11 people showed up, and you know that there are at least 30 to 40, would you feel like that developer was actually engaging the members of the community that they're developing in a way that was respectful to those folks who live in that neighborhood? Acknowledging that you now have drained a pond and have coyotes running around the neighborhood, snakes and turtles running around the neighborhood, and no information was shared about what was happening. Just coyotes, turtles, and snakes all showed up in spaces that you didn't see for over 60 years.
Well, I mean, I don't agree with the coyotes. We do see a lot of deer, but when the pond was drained, we expected we were going to catch a lot of fish and turtles, and there was not one fish or one turtle in that pond. And we stood there thinking we were going to catch all these fish with this net. And so the pond was literally just a pond. That's all.
I just want to make sure you caught the point of how respectful you would want a developer to be in your neighborhood where you live and sleep every night. And if you would like to have the animals showing up, or would you have rather had the conversation with the developer? And so that's kind of where I feel like a lot of the comments around the zoning, the planning commission for the zoning came forward. And that's where you have your neighbors around this development concerned about what's coming forward. And then you're on the call saying you don't know whether or not. Those are not reassuring feelings or reassuring espousements for your neighbors to this development. And I want you to think about how you would feel considering a development in your own neighborhood where you live and sleep coming forward. And so I'm going to encourage you to hear what Mayor Pro Tem Middleton mentioned about taking a little bit more time to have more engagement with the community and to actually, I guess, round out your proffers, whether it's for affordable housing or for the schools or for the bike lanes, the sidewalks, or what have you, so that it's all laid out a little bit more clearly.
As far as the proffers and the schools and the bike lanes, I say let's add it in. I have no problem with that. I am from that neighborhood. I grew up right around the corner on Riddle in Austin, and my mom still lives there today. I don't live there anymore, but this is my neighborhood. I know the neighborhood well. I've driven down Ellis Road probably 100,000 times in my lifetime. And I've had friends that live on all sides and all around there. So to me, it is my neighborhood and I want to see it thrive. That's why I want to do a reasonable
Good
development.
job speaking with the neighbors. Do a really good job talking to the folks who live there now. I know that's what you were going to say.
Councilman Freeman, I don't think I'm going to get any neighbors who are going to want to see traffic is traffic is traffic. I don't think I'm going to get any neighbors to get on board with the traffic. And I don't deny Ellis Road has traffic, and Dan Ryan has widened it on both ends because they're accessing it at Ellis Road, and they've done a great job. I just don't think any of the neighbors are ever gonna growth is growth, and if no one wants growth, then they're never gonna be happy.
So that's a no to talking to the neighbors again? I'm just making sure I'm clear.
I mean, I can, yes. I mean, I pretty much, they've told me over and over what they already echoed here tonight, that they don't want any more development on Ellis Road.
Can I ask what the delay might look like from staff if we were to, hold this item open? Just so that Mr. Bullock has an idea of the time frame. I know he's.
You know, on a request like that, we would almost ask that it's referred back to staff and that you reopen the public hearing at a later time, because there's no understanding of the amount of time Mr. Bullock would need to meet or try to address their comments and any changes to the development plan beyond what he's committing to tonight might need additional review. So I would suggest if it's more of a refer it back to staff and they would need to re-advertise and reopen the public hearing.
And Mr. Bullock, I just want to ask if you would be open to that.
Councilman Freeman, we started this in 2018. We have first, Jamie said we didn't have to have a neighborhood meeting because this was in March of 2020 when the pandemic hit. And we're going to have a neighborhood meeting right there at the intersection where there's a car lot on Ellis and Riddle. And then she called and said, no, we're not going to have any more neighborhood meetings. And then 3 or 4 months later, she was gone. It went to another person named Miss Grace Smith, and then it went to another guy named Dan Culture, and then he retired, and then Emily Struthers. So I've had like 5 or 6 people handling this case, tossing around back and forth. And then they finally said we're going to have a neighborhood meeting. So we wrote the letter, we drafted it, we sent it in January of last year, and we got it back in March, said it was okay. We had a neighborhood meeting. We had it on Zoom. We recorded it. We turned it all in. We had these same people who were not going to change their mind, who said everything they don't want to do. Ellis Road is too busy. They don't want new development. And basically, Mike Stock got us, finally got everything checked off, and we got it through the planning department and right now to you guys. And that's where we are. I mean, this has been 4 years of expensive work that we've done. Just go from residential rural to a residential RSM. It's not, I mean, I thought, it's not like we were trying to do commercial or industrial. It's just residential, which is all that's being done right now on Ellis Road. That's all that's being done. Why are we any different than all of the 4, 5, 6 other developers on Ellis Road?
Thank you. I don't think you're any different. I think would be different would be to not have those community meetings. But I hear you. I hear what you're saying. I'm hearing you say no, and I'm grateful for your answering my questions. And I'll let my other colleagues continue. I'm good. Thank you.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't think we can vote on this, or if we do, I don't think it makes sense to move this forward because of the number of units issue. I feel very flexible with regard to, you know, certain aspects of developments when I like the project and I like where it is. But not knowing how many homes you're going to develop within a reasonable ballpark, and actually, and you know, what the staff said about needing to come within 80% of what they predict in order to not have to come back and rezone again, but the numbers that they're giving us not being within that 80%, to me feels like a very clear barrier to moving forward. And I would suggest that regardless of the developer's preferences, that we refer this back to staff, unless they want us to vote on it, knowing that it's very unlikely to move forward right now, given the status that it's in. I think referring it back to staff is probably our best way forward. I don't think it's that issue alone, to me, feels like something that it is not responsible to move past, and would support referring it back to staff to come back at a later date after there's been a little bit more work on the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilman Reese, haven't heard from you lately. Can you weigh in?
As you wish, Madam Mayor. First of all, I want to thank the folks who are here, the applicant tonight, for coming through with what feels like a good faith attempt at doing something that many folks on the council want to see come out of the ground in a place like this. So I think that's admirable. I appreciate that. I do agree that this feels somewhat half-baked, not just because for a lot of reasons. And I guess what it points to for me in hearing the applicant talk about the kind of staff changes that they have experienced in trying to move this project just to this point, helps me kind of solidify something that's been nagging at me for a while, which is the extent to which I think we might need more resources in our planning department to support projects like this. You know, I think we are, as a council, those of us who've been here a little bit, are used to seeing projects come in a certain way, put forward by one of the big design architect or law firms in town that do this work. They know all the steps, they know what to do, they know what proffers we expect to see and have them already baked into the proposal when it gets to our agenda. They know all the things. For someone putting a project together who maybe isn't in that situation, what tonight has demonstrated to me is we need to do more work to help folks like that get to us as the decision makers with a proposal that makes sense. And I don't know how to fix that tonight. And hearing the applicant talk about how long they have worked on this project, the obstacles they've faced, the staff changes, it's incredible. But I will also say, it feels like the applicant did the required community engagement, but there was no outcome from that engagement. They went through the planning commission process, which is intended to provide the council with recommendations, but also serves to give applicants a good sense of where the community is with a particular proposal. And not only did this applicant face significant local resistance, neighborhood resistance, and they also received pretty strong signal from the planning commission that they didn't much care for where the project was. Typically, the main comment I got was that it all seemed kind of vague. And in the face of that, they didn't do anything about it except go from 140 some odd units to up to 140 some odd units, which quite frankly doesn't seem like a huge change to me. And then we get to today and the applicant explains, well, actually, we're not going to be able to build that many units on this property because we're doing some preliminary sketches and we're looking at where the roads could get laid out and there's not enough frontage. And yeah, it just doesn't, it feels half-baked, which really sucks for these folks because they have put a lot of time, energy, passion, and money into getting to tonight, which should have been a better night. But I could sit here and have a fantastic discussion with my colleagues about whether or not this particular lot, their set of this plot, is a good place for 140 some odd townhouses, surrounded by single family homes with no access to a primary road, going through these other neighborhoods to get to a primary road. We could have a great conversation about that, but I don't really even think we're there yet. As much as I love those conversations and typically lose them, I love having them. But I don't feel like we can have that because we don't know, how many houses there are going to be. We don't know, quite frankly, we don't know what the applicant is agreeing to with respect to some of the BPAC recommendations. We don't have a lot of information that we normally have. And I know the very last thing, well, maybe the second last thing this applicant wants is to send this back to staff. I hope the last thing they want is a rejection from this body. But I feel like Councilmember Johnson's recommendation, and I guess ultimately came from the Mayor Pro Tem, but to take a little bit more time with this seems like the right thing to do. But again, I hope that once we're done with whatever happens tonight, we take back with us into the planning and budget process we're moving into, I guess next week with our first budget retreats, that this seems like a capacity we should be talking about adding to our planning department. The ability to bring folks like this along and get to us with a better proposal, something that we can all be excited about and get behind, or at the very least, have those interesting conversations about whether or not this is a good place for 144 townhouses. I just don't feel like we're really have built up the base to have that conversation tonight. Those are basically my thoughts, Mayor O'Neill. Thank you.
Thank you. I was coming your way, Councilwoman Caballero.
Thank you. I think Mayor Pro Tem had his hand up, but I don't want to before me. No, okay. Okay, and then Mr. Bullock, you have your hand up too. I don't want to.
Yes, I'm sorry, Councilman Caballero. I was just touching base with my engineer and going back to Councilman Freeman's, I guess, recommendation to maybe just continue this and go back with talking to the neighbors, and we'll just come back in 30, 60 days, I guess, whatever's workable. So we can try to, if that's possible, I'm not sure.
Mr. Bullock, I'm going to let staff chime in about what their recommendation is, because I heard two things. There's the continuance of the case, or it's to be referred back to staff, and I wanted Mr. Stock to be able to respond to you.
Sorry, I'm always trying to figure out where my cursor is on the three screens and trying to unmute myself and such. I think we're still recommending, if you want to have the applicant work more on this, that the cleanest way to do it, so there's not a time constraint on trying to meet agenda deadlines and other getting reviews in and all the conundrum that gets into meeting a specific date certain that is made from a continuance motion, is that you refer it back to staff. And then when the applicant has determined that they've made the changes they want to make and staff has had the opportunity to review those changes to make sure they are up to snuff, that they're enforceable, to meet UDO requirements, that the wording makes sense and is clear and concise, any, changes in if they're reducing the number of units or the types of units that other departments can have a say, and there might be a change in the transportation numbers, or all the stuff that kind of goes into that it just makes sense that you just refer it back to staff and we'll re-advertise, and then when we can see what council meeting it can make, we'll advertise for that council meeting.
Thank you. Mayor O'Neill, could I go ahead and make the comments that I did want to make before I do? Thank you. So I wanted to thank everyone's questions, and Mr. Bullock, I want to thank you, and I really want to thank staff. I think that your case is, as Councilmember Reese has already indicated, your case has put us in a bit of a conundrum. I want you to succeed. Quite frankly, the reason I want you to succeed is because you're from Durham. You are not the fancy bells and whistles developers that we often see, that I know has taken hundreds of thousands of dollars to park it in our development process, and then our housing gets more expensive. And that is why I want you to succeed, because I want somebody from Durham to actually make the money and not Dan Ryan. And so the reason I want to continue the case is because I want staff to work with you, because you're the kind of developer I need developing in our city, instead of massive developers who aren't from here, have no public shame, and are just going to continue to ruin our city. So that is why I want you to succeed. I think that your case presents a lot of things that we need to think seriously about on council. I know I've been saying it for a long time. We need more staff capacity and planning. We need to create systems that let folks build, because we have a housing crisis on our hand and our population is only going to grow. And we can either benefit the folks who are here now, or we're going to benefit only outsiders. And that's up to us. The 7 of us make a lot of those decisions. And I know I hear the neighbors. I like trees. I'm an environmentalist, and we have to figure out how we're going to do both. But just to say no to development does not give us the outcome that we think we're going to get. So I want you to succeed, Mr. Bullock. I hope you let us refer your case back so that we can get this project built.
Councilman Cabello, I appreciate Councilman Reese, and I appreciate both your comments. Is a continuance for 30, 45, 60 days. It's without having to go all the way back. Because I know Mike had talked about if we wanted to make some change, we'd have to start all over. Obviously, we've been doing this for 4 years. We don't have the financial means to start all over. So if there's something like Councilman Freeman said, where we can put this on a continuance and maybe try to get some type of dialogue going with the neighbors. Don't think they're gonna budge, but we'll try that and maybe come back in 30, 45 days.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and I think Councilwoman Freeman has her hand raised as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think I saw Michael Stock make himself visible. Michael, did you want to chime in on something, or?
Yeah, I guess all we're staff would say is that if a continuance is an option, then we would suggest a 60-day continuance.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. Very quickly, because I think we've had a pretty robust conversation. One, I would support the continuance. Two, with respect to staff capacity, I will take very seriously any recommendations that planning brings back during our budget cycle in terms of new FTEs or whatever it may be. What I heard if I heard him correctly from Mr. Bullock tonight, that he was told not to have a community meeting. I don't know if that's a staff capacity issue. If he got that advice and just decided not to have one, that's about his capacity, not our staff capacity to have a community meeting. But with that said, I'm more than happy to entertain any requests from staff in this budget cycle. I do also want to say very quickly that with respect to the focusing on the 147 homes, I know the absence of a builder leaves some variables unsubstituted, materials, architectural flourishes, things of that nature, perhaps even a building cost. But there was a specific representation made of 147 tonight, which is why I focused on that number. And I assume that's the number that was going to be shopped to builders, that this is a project of 147 times. Builders would come in and price that out accordingly. So I just wanted to say that. Finally, Mr. Bullock, I heard what you said, and I heard what you didn't say explicitly. And I want to say something that I totally support Black wealth and building up Black ownership. And you know, there's a, not amongst this council, but there's a myth that, you know, most Black folk and brown folk are broke. That's not true. We definitely have some folk that are struggling. 2 Central graduates who make $80,000 a piece gross each year, that's a $300,000 mortgage. So that's not really rich folk, but if you have 2 partners or a couple that are fresh out of Central or fresh out of Duke, wherever, trying to make their way in Durham, they're combining their resources and their salaries. You know, there are some Black and brown folk who have started in starter homes and are looking for that second home, that step up, a little more expensive than 150 or 200 maybe. So when I asked you if that was your thought of affordable housing, 300,000, I wasn't trying to be funny or anything, or trying to put you on the spot. And I hear what you're saying about the need to build Black wealth. And one of the ways you build wealth is through home ownership. And if we don't ever picture ourselves in homes that are 80, 150, and 300,000, then we will never start building that generational wealth and gifting homes to our kids at weddings, like so many other people's weddings I go to and see that happen for their kids. So that's got to start. That's got to start at some point, and it takes years to do it. So I hear you with that, and I'm with you on that. But I would support a continuance, and be it far from me to tell you what to do in that time. But again, you know, I read the Planning Commission comments, and you know, they'll say things like transportation, they'll say things like, you know, other things, but almost to a person on our Planning Commission, whatever your efforts were at community engagement, there was a disconnect somewhere, because almost 100% of our planning commissioners mentioned that. So I would recommend that's one of the things you do in that time, and I would be happy to support a continuance of keeping the public hearing open. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, colleagues, for your endurance this evening.
Thank you, sir.
Councilwoman Freeman.
I appreciate Councilmember Middleton espousing. I want to be really clear. I completely agree, but there is also another side to the conversation, and I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. But I do want to say that to Mr. Bullock, I think what our staff is trying to make clear is that it might be easier without the deadlines in place around the agendas to get this item back to us. Just acknowledging that there's a few areas to still touch on. And so I'm not sure if you're pushing to the continuance because I mentioned it, but I would say that the referring back to staff doesn't necessarily mean and so to be really clear, I think Michael Stock I'm hoping that he's not going to be resigning or retiring anytime soon. And I know that we've gone through a lot of transition with previous staff, and I fully want to apologize on behalf of the city again, and saying like it's unfortunate that it's taken 4 years, but we do want to get it right. And I do want to make sure that the community understands what's happening. And so I would be more than happy to assist in supporting that community engagement effort, whether it's in person or by Zoom. And I would be more than happy to assist in any way that I can to be supportive of moving this forward. I fully and completely agree with Councilmember Caballero, and that I've always pushed for us to have local developers doing this work. Is just having, like you said, the capacity and to do the bells and whistles that's missing. And so I'm not pushing back on the project to say that they don't have the bells and whistles or that we have to have the bells and whistles, but I do know that the engagement piece and the number of houses are very much like a necessary part of this conversation, and both of them I don't feel easy about today.
I'll work on both of those, Councilman Freeman.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. I would ask, I'm getting a little moment of clarity. Explain, and Mr. Bullock may benefit from that. I can't really explain it. The difference between a continuance to a date certain and a referral back, and what that means, Mr. Stock. I think that may help him to understand that there is a distinct difference in what we are able to do if you refer it back rather than continue it to a date certain.
Correct. Yes, thank you. So if you continue it, it leaves the public hearing open to that next meeting date that council sets. And there are obviously deadlines and processes that we have to get that agenda item to council. So even though you're saying 60 days, it's really not 60 days. There's much less time to go ahead and meet with the neighborhood, make the changes you want to make, making sure that they are up to speed. Everything makes sense, everything that I said previously. If you refer it back to staff, it's still going to come back to council, but you're not stuck to a certain date that you have to meet. And we would just re-notify for that date that is been determined to be the application is been revised as much as the applicant wants to. It's gone through the review that it needs to go through, and it's ready to go back to council. So it provides more flexibility.
Thank you for that.
And
I see Ms. Young came on the screen.
Good evening. Thank you. Just wanted to quickly add one more bit of clarification, just in case there's some confusion. Referring it back to staff does not mean that it starts over. I heard that phrase used previously. It does not mean it goes back to Planning Commission. It just, as Mr. Stock explains, gives us flexibility on the exact timeline. In full transparency, a 60-day continuance is really only going to give them about 3, maybe max 4 weeks to hold their meeting before we need all the documentation back to update the item. So that doesn't really give them a lot of time. Maybe they need 5 weeks in order to effectuate a real meeting. That would give us flexibility to just get it on the very next possible agenda cycle. So I just wanted to add a little bit of extra explanation in case it was helpful.
Mr. Bullock, does that help you to understand the process a little bit better? And
yes, yes, Mayor. Mayor O'Neill, I do. And I don't think we need much time. I mean, we already have everyone's mailing address, so it wouldn't to mail out and have another meeting, or even for us to do a Zoom meeting. And the reason we didn't have that Zoom meeting, that was March of 2020 in the pandemic. And that's when Ms. Sonyak said they weren't having meetings right now just because no one knew what was going on with the pandemic. And then after things got, I guess, a little bit more under control with the pandemic, then we went back to the meeting. But I prefer we go ahead with the continuance, and I think it'll be fine. I think 60 days, if we can get us back on the agenda, that'll give us, I'm sure we can meet with the neighborhood residents next week. And the changes, there are only 3 real drawings in this whole case. And the only thing we would change would be the density number, basically, and the other items that you all want to, of course, the school, sidewalks, and we would add those to the text. I'm prepared and ready to move forward with it.
Councilman Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to just speak on this. I haven't said much because I really wanted to listen. And Mr. Bullock, the mayor and I are new to this, and we are learning a lot. And so we're probably going to listen more than speak. But I will say, I'll be frank and transparent with you because I know for sure there are folks in the community that are probably watching this and maybe feeling the same way. All right, so there's still a lot of homework that I know I have to do. From what I see, your property is not accessing the main road, Ellis Road. So having any responsibility to any proffers out there, I would have to understand why, and that's something I can learn from my colleagues. Ellis Road, I believe, is one of the roads that belongs to North Carolina Department of Transportation. it is pure T, you know what, trying to get them to do anything. So in regards of doing a transportation study, I think there's a formula that tells us what the traffic impact is, but I know for a fact, because I've been on it myself as residents over there, that study doesn't necessarily translate to how we feel when there are peak hours driving on that road. So I understand what the neighbors are saying. The other thing I want to say is we were saying there's significant opposition by the neighbors, but there were only a few people that showed up. But I also say there were only a few people that showed up. So therefore, if there was only a few people that showed up in opposition, if you're really trying to make this a strong case, there may be some folks out there that want to support it, so I also support, one, maybe looking at some YouTube videos of how this council's behavior has been toward development over the last, few years, and look at the things that are normally asked for. I can't tell you how we're spending where the oversight is in our public school fund or affordable housing fund, but I know by name it's a good investment. So if it doesn't hurt to invest in those profits, then do so. But every developer that comes across, I know my colleagues ask, will you donate to this and will you donate to that? So that's something to consider. I am just, I love the fact that, you're a local guy, you're a Bull City developer, and you want to build in a way that benefits Durham. And I know that right now we have a little over 3,000 available units for rent in Durham. Only 114 are available that's less than $900 a month. 1 bedroom. So we are in a severe housing shortage. So what you're trying to do is, is commendable. But what I don't want your proposal to be scrutinized like this. I'd rather for you to come in and just knock it out of the park. Know the behaviors that you're presenting in front of, because your goal is to get everybody's vote so you can move on and we get out of your way. So I would suggest, just, taking some time to tighten it up, look at who's coming across the screen here. And so you don't have to question that, there are folks that can afford what you're asking for, but obviously we determine what's affordable based on the average median income rather than what's just, in the area anecdotally. So I would just consider all those things, just take a little time to tighten it up. I too support continuing. And there are some folks that can really help with, just getting your project through this council. But I can tell you one thing, who you are, what you're trying to do is definitely going to be favorable with this council if it's presented the right way. But I think Councilmember Reese said it. I am so ready to hear the requests in the budget come from planning. Ms. Young, I am ready to support whatever you ask for, because I don't want it to be financially abusive going through this process. And I don't want us to have any self-inflicted wounds when it comes to development. So I'm excited. I'm so anxious to support what's coming out of planning, to make sure you all have what you need. So that's all I have to say, man. Thank you.
All right, I think that, I believe that we may have consensus around a referral back, Mr. Bullock. I think we may be able to get you there, even though that is not what you're exactly asking for. I have listened though, and I believe that there is maybe consensus to get a referral back. Now, what that does is allows for our planning department to be able to try to meet a deadline, but in the interest of fairness to everybody, to give them some flexibility. And I think we could get consensus around that. I'm looking at all my colleagues, I believe so.
Yeah, you need a motion.
Okay. So I do believe we need a motion, and I believe we can get you there.
Mayor, so moved.
Madam Mayor, would that give us a date to be back on the agenda?
It will not give you a date, but it does allow them to have in their arsenal of dates the 60-day. So it gives them the flexibility for if you're able to get there, it will give them the flexibility to do that. But in the event you're not, and what I think most of my colleagues in my learning are trying to tell you, there are some pieces that they would like to see so that you get consensus around moving forward, right? That they've said it in different ways, but there have been some things. Number one, the concern of the neighborhood. Number two, the amount of the dwellers. Number three, the proffers. And they would like to be able to have certainty that those things have occurred in the normal course of business that they normally see, right? So they're trying to get you there and allowing staff to get you there, along with the concerns. You said you had 12 at the meeting. Well, you probably had about 6 or 7 tonight. Now, but you mailed out 300 letters. That's a small percentage. So they're trying to get everybody to the same space, but allowing them the flexibility to work around the date helps to meet the end goal.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? So I think I can get consensus on that motion, which then will allow our planning department to help. You heard Councilwoman Caballero says she wants you to succeed. I think everybody does. We like the idea of having a Durham developer, but there's a learning curve in all of this, especially for the 2 new ones. But I think that will get us halfway there, and also help with how you get to those neighbors, your mother's neighbors. Because I think you heard some of them say that they're not averse to development, so there's some openness there as well. And if you don't box them in with a date, that gives them the opportunity for that date, as well as if something comes up, to go a little beyond that date. I don't think, listening to the conversations tonight, that the planning department has any interest in holding you forever in this spot. But we want to make sure, because you're a Durham person, and we do want to make sure that, we have the opportunity to work with you and others like you, that we put you in the best position to come back before the board. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, Madam Mayor. And Ms. Young said that we do not have to go back through the Planning Commission. That was correct?
Right.
Okay, that helps.
Okay. May I entertain a motion?
Madam Mayor, if I may make a point of order, a consensus being established, I think it's within your purview. It's been a practice of us just to refer it back, consensus being established.
Okay, let me hear.
Your power.
Give me a raised hand, everybody, or a thumbs up. All right. Thank you. We are referring this matter back. I see you. Good job, everybody. It's a good job. So we are referring this matter back into the capable hands of Ms. Young and her staff and Mr. Stock. Okay. Now,
thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll see you back. Now, are there any other matters that will come before the council this evening? Hearing none, everybody, great job. I learned a lot as usual. You're a great council, great Bull City. We are going to say that this meeting is adjourned at 11:16 p.m. You all have a good night.
We actually
Thanks,
did some really
everybody.
good work in that last case. I know it doesn't
Still
feel
working
that way,
with
but
you
we
all.
did some good work in that last case.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Appreciate it.
Thank y'all.
Good
Get
night,
some rest.
everybody. That was a good job.